quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with N&S Tractor and Case Construction and Courtyard by Marriott Sacramento Cal Expo. More info at CITVFest.com.
At Big O, our ProTech Plus warranty offers free flat repairs, replacements, and roadside assistance. So tire trouble is no trouble at all. Now through May 5th, get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Hankook, or selected Pirelli brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, get an extra $50 in rebates when using your Big O Tires and Service credit card. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra where permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
The other guys must think you failed math. Get this huge discount. Then the fine print hits you with $5,200 in mandatory ads. It's adorable in a scammy kind of way. At Hoblet, we skip the tricks. The price you see is the price you actually pay. What a wild concept, huh? Hoblet, family owned 77 years. Experience the difference online at hobletdodge.com.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return, but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do?
My refund, though.
I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Mom deserves more than flowers and a card. Enter to win the JTV Mother's Day Getaway at jtv.com/sweepstakes. You could win a 6-night cruise to Grand Cayman, Mexico, and the Bahamas, plus $1,000 spending money and a $1,000 gift card to shop JTV. It's a mom's dream come true. Enter the JTV Mother's Day Getaway now at jtv.com/sweepstakes. And new customers receive a one-time $25 off of a purchase of $50 or more.
Spring is here, and warmer days are right around the corner. Before the heat hits, call Brower Mechanical. Right now, when you purchase a new high-efficiency AC system, you can choose a water heater or a whole house fan for just $1, or get your AC professionally tuned up for just $89. Don't wait until your system breaks down during the heat. Brower Mechanical, where quality meets comfort. 916-352-3113. Residential and commercial HVAC sales and service. License number 108-1055.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder, thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration.
Thunder.
The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson. Online at SactownSports.com or on the app. Kings, Niners, and Sacramento. The Matt and Kayla Show starts now.
Hello and welcome into another episode of Matt and Kayla. I'm Matt George, Kayla Anderson with me, and we are standing by because we are expecting to hear from both the head coach of the Sacramento Kings, Doug Christie, and the general manager of the Sacramento Kings, Scott Perry. From what we understand, they'll be speaking one after another, and they are supposed to, or at least I think Doug is first, is supposed to take the podium here in a second. So we are monitoring it. We are keeping an eye on it. When he steps up to the podium, we will be ready to go up. And there he is. Here is Sacramento Kings head coach Doug Christie from the Golden One Center after his first full season as head coach.
Hope you guys are well. Obviously, the season didn't go exactly the way that we would like, ravaged with injuries, and that is just a name of the game. I think it was 294 to be specific in injuries for our players. But that opportunity was given to our young players, and I thought the youth movement took full advantage. Super proud of the development, how they responded, stepping to the task, and doing it in a way that I thought represented what we want to be going forward. Despite the ups and downs of it, I thought there was very much a positive mindset by those young players, because many times you can get lost in that and you can not bring your best, you can give up, you can drop the rope, and they did not ever do that. Yesterday, met with the coaching staff. Want to thank all of them for their dedication, support throughout what was really a tough year. Daily coming in, bringing energy, all those different things. Some of you made 2 changes. Some of you may have seen. Want to thank Depeche Mystery and Jimmy Alapag for all that they've brought and all that they did for the Sacramento Kings. And with that, I think I'll open it up to questions.
Doug, first and foremost, welcome back for a second season.
Thank you.
I know the season did not go the way you wanted to, but with the way the young players developed, is that sort of what you think that your brand is right now, is that development from the young guys?
Yeah, I think, looking at the last 15 games, I think we were 6-9 in those 15. And when I look at it just visually, and that's part of it, like, how does it make you feel? And I thought that the ball movement on the offensive end, the player movement, the multiple efforts, the pickup point, in those times we were top 10, I believe, in offensive rebounds. So the crashing was there. There was a game when I believe we shot 44 threes, so those were created by paint touches. But the physicality on the defensive end and the pickup points are one of the things that stood out to me most. Like, are there points that we must continue to improve upon? Yes, but that is more stylistically what we want to see.
Coach Christie, how do you think that you align with your standards and Scott Perry's 6 pillars? Going through the season, where you felt at times that you were not there, or one time that you knew that you were there and this thing was working, because you never swerved from that. You were consistent about that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you learn along the way. I mean, the beauty of those is when we're playing to those and we're all about those, I think that you're going to see exactly what we want. Learning to coach to those all the time, that is a thing, because it has to be the standard, and it has to be, period. That's one of my areas of growth, that I just have to make sure that it is done consistently every single day. And it's a blessing to have a leader like Scott. I will tell you, he and BJ have been one of the biggest blessings for me as a young coach, learning this business and understanding. He's seen so many different things. So just the ability to have those parameters is a big blessing. Yeah.
Hey, Doug.
Hey.
You had player exit interviews on Monday and Tuesday. Just
Yeah.
want to know, what was the overarching message to the players to the offseason?
That we must improve. We absolutely must improve. Take this time, decompress, make sure that, you let the body heal and all that. But what we experience is unacceptable, period. And however we have to do it, and in mind, how we have to do it, but it has to happen. So don't let this be any indication of what we shall experience going forward. Yeah.
Hey, Doug, where do you feel like you had to, I don't know if it's adjust, adapt, maybe change at any point in this season, but at some point have a pivot point, realizing that it's not the season that you want it to be, and then how you kind of go forward with that? Did that ever occur to you to have to make any sort of pivot on your end?
I think the point when we really started pivoting to the youth was probably one of the biggest points. And some of it was obviously the injuries and different things, and then some of it was like, yo, they're playing, let them play. And the blessing in that and the beauty is that we fast forwarded their growth. But it's hard to win with youth in this league because they're just unexperienced in certain aspects and areas, and you just have to let them go through the ups and downs and the bumps and bruises that happen with that. But I thought they did one hell of a job, man. I do. They came back every day with the same mindset. They wanted to learn. They were sponges. They went out there and they tried all the different things that we threw at them. They didn't back up, which is super important because once you start doing that in this league, you get a jacket that's put on you, and I don't even know if you can shake it, but it's really hard. But they did not do that. That doesn't mean that you can go fight everybody and all. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's a level of physicality and discipline and respect that you gain when you go about it the right way, and I thought they did.
Hey, Doug, kind of piggybacking off of that question, you had stated that one of the positives of this season was the development of the youth. When you had a season like you had with the adversity, the injuries, and, overall, I guess just the disappointment of all the losses, in addition to the youth, is there anything positive that you look back on this season or reflect back on and be like, that was a good moment or this was a good moment? Of course, there's a lot of good things. And then my second part of that question is, what is your message to the fans here? You played for this organization. You know the fans very well. And, for them just sticking through with this team.
Well, I'll start at the end first. The message to the fans is that we love and appreciate the support that you continue to bring. I mean, coming into that building towards the end of the season, it's not going how you want, and you look up and we're in the game. It's the fourth quarter, and I'm like, whoa, this is happening right now. That is a level of respect and dedication that you don't see. And also at the same time is we will get it right. That's what we're here to do. And hell or high water, we will make it happen. As far as positive, for me, the youth is probably the biggest one from the standpoint that when you look at stylistically what we want to do, that was as close as it gets to what you want to see. There was an energy, there was a vibe, there was a protecting the paint, there was a multiple efforts, there was a sharing of the basketball, there was a movement of bodies, there was a connectiveness that I thought permeated through whatever arena we were in, ours or the opponents, and that for me is the biggest thing. There will be tweaks and different things that go about to make sure that takes a bigger step and a better step and more stylistically to the product that we want to put out there daily. But that was probably the biggest.
Hi, Doug. 2 questions. First, I know you don't like talking about yourself, but if you could give yourself a grade for, given the cards that you were dealt with, the injuries, it being your first season, how would you kind of just assess the job that you did in year one?
It can't be too high because it wasn't where we wanted. That's just who I am. I'm not going to say, are there some positives? Yeah, but to put something on it, I failed because we didn't get to where we want to go. It's just, that's the nature of this business. and I have to be better. It starts with me. So that's just what it is.
And secondly, what was it like coaching Russell Westbrook for a full season, and kind of just, we know the player that he is, but just kind of seeing how he stepped up as a leader for this specific team?
You know, it was both of our vets, but Russell in particular. It was a blessing because I would say in many ways, like, when you coach greatness like that, it's not easy. It can be difficult, but Russ was willing to share of his knowledge. He was willing to bring the young players and the team in particular together, many times, dinners, different things. And that's what leadership is about, especially, and he's seen it at the highest level. He's played and been in it at the highest level. So for me to watch him and be a part of that was big time. Yeah.
Doug, you'd been a coach previously, obviously, but first year running the show. What were some of the things that you came to realize was unique with being in that chair, and how did you develop and grow throughout those aspects?
The chair is, like you asked a question like that, and it's really hard to it's hard to describe. I'll be quite frank with you. Like, until you sit in it, you know, coming in, you think, okay, I need this, I need that. Those are some things. And then once you sit in it, you find out that none of that is true. You have no idea what this is until you sit in it. So, but I learned a lot about myself. And that's probably the most important as I go back and, watch every game and break every game down and then recollect and criticize myself, which is, that is a tough one because I'm hard on myself already. So when I go back and look at it, it's going to be like, good God Almighty. But those are the things that you have to do to improve. And the chair definitely helped me see different aspects of myself that I needed to see.
Then, essentially your rookie year in this role, what do you feel like you mentioned there, that you did learn about yourself, and what do you look forward to next year to improving?
I would say there's a communication piece because sometimes you feel like you're doing something, but it's not about what you think. It's about how others perceive it. And I have to make sure that piece is tight. The accountability piece is huge. Got to make sure that day in and day out, people are held to our standard and are held accountable for all of that because it falls here on this seat. Regardless, if somebody else did it, it doesn't matter. It's on me. And those are some of the things, yeah.
Doug, when you look at the roster, what are some things that you liked about the roster, and then moving forward, maybe some key pieces that you need to add or change?
Well, right off the bat, point guard, this is in this league, if you don't have that position, you really don't have a chance. It's the quarterback. It's, they say quarterback in football and different things, and that's a tough position. But this one is about as difficult as it gets. This is, you're running a team, you're running a show, you're responsible for the guys on the court. You're quarterbacking the defense, you're quarterbacking the offense. This guy needs a shot, that guy needs a shot. When do I need to do my thing? What does the coach want? Am I representing him the right way out here? I'm the head of the snake. There's a lot that goes into that. And then I thought one of the biggest things, and I give Scott and BJ and our scouting department all the credit, is they identified, I say 3, but I'm going to say 4 because I'm going to add Daquan Plowden in there. They identified what our pillars are and our standard is, and they drafted that. And they hit a grand slam home run because everybody was on base. And that's difficult because you hit and miss in this league, and the one thing that we have to do here is we can't miss when it comes to that stuff. And then we have to develop our players at a really, really high level. We have to. It's a damn must because even when I played here, we had the bench mob, and that was part of what makes a team special. It's not just the starting 5. that second five is probably just as important, if not more important, because they're going to keep the lead or they're going to extend the lead. And I'll be damned if they give it up. So, yeah.
Doug, you talked about stylistically at the end of the season, it was much more to your liking. There was an identity there. How do you think that kind of meshes together once you get some of the reinforcements back? You get a lot of veterans out. Do you think that's easier to implement the things you want to do now that you showed it on tape?
Well, I'm not going to say the player, but in my meetings, the first question that one of my players asked is, are we going to go back to 94 feet? Because we got away from that. And I just wanted to hug him and say, get the hell out the office, man. You hit it on the head right away. But, yeah, it's, when you look at Hunt, when you look at Keegan, those guys possess the length and athleticism and shooting and playmaking. The guy, you plug that in, you're excited. Then you got Domas and you plug him in and playmaking and dribble handoffs and all these different things that he brings. Then you talk about the youth and how they develop when you start to mix that together. Now it's going to be my job to make sure that systematically we are on point. And, oddly enough, these are things I used to say when I was on TV because I played in the system. So I'd always be like, Kings need a system. And then you get here and I have to make sure that when they hit the floor, they know exactly what it is. And then it's easier to coach because I could see you're not doing what it is. And that goes on both sides of the floor. So it would be nice to plug those guys in and have all that. We didn't have it. But to your point, yeah, I could see how all of that could fit because the ability to shoot and the ability to defend and the ability to rebound are things that are absolute musts, and those guys help in those categories.
Two for you, Doug. The first one is Zach said in his exit interview that this is one of the better collections of talent in the league that he thought. Obviously the injuries, but why even before the injuries, so the team just wasn't playing up to the standard. Why do you think that collection of talent wasn't able to get it done?
It's hard to say. I would say in many all the teams I've ever been on and I've seen, just because you got talent don't mean you're going to win. Talent got to fit. Talent got to be ready to be willing to sacrifice. And we can go back and look and see different areas where it obviously did not work. But there was not one game when Keegan and Domas, I don't even think they ever played together. So when you start talking about that, there's a synergy and there's a different thing that goes with practice and a lot of different things that we have to improve upon that help them to be what you're talking about. So just because you got talent doesn't mean that you're going to win. So you look at our team and you look at some of the teams in the playoffs and some of them you're going to say, oh, that's a more talented team, and they might not win because there's a togetherness that you have to have. There's a sacrifice. You got to be committed to what we're doing. And if you're not committed to what we're doing, it's not going to work, period. It's not. Because as soon as the link gets identified that's not 100% in, you attacking that. And it's going to break. It has to be everybody, all in, all the time. And when we get that with talent, well, now we sitting here, we'll play. Yeah.
And then my second one is obviously you, the staff, all the players obviously put in an incredible amount of work during the season. Was there like a moment for you of something you saw or some work that the team put in that paid off that you kind of smiled? And what was, I guess, your most gratifying moment of the season?
It's a good one. I'm always thinking defense. I apologize. But, there was a moment, I can't remember the game, but we always talk about rotations and different things and multiple efforts. And we got two bigs on the floor, and when a big rolls, you want to see big to big. You want to see small gets rotated on a big, and a big sees it, and he goes and it's like, get the hell out of here, I got it, and scram him out. And Max did that, and I just went, my face probably didn't say it, but I was like, damn, okay, kid. It takes a while. It's a lot going on. He's trying to figure it out. And that was probably game 60, 65. But the point is, he figured it out, and that's probably one of the most gratifying things that you get as a coach.
Kind of going off of that, where do you think this rookie class stacks up to years past within the Kings? A lot of guys, especially that you saw development and growth this year, particularly the bigs as well.
So the history of the Kings, where this stacks up, I would probably say right at the top. I mean, with the except, you got like Jay Will, that's outstanding. Boogie was. But we drafted a kid that's 42nd, and if you did the draft again, he goes in the top 5 probably. Like, damn. Then you got a kid in Neek who, towards the end of the season, I was like, oh boy. DP, and then Dylan, he wasn't even drafted. And he affects winning like nobody's business. So I don't know that we've seen a draft class like this here. We've seen a lot that didn't work, and I think that's why when I mentioned Scott and BJ and that whole staff up there, you have to give them credit for, identifying, because a lot of people obviously didn't see it, but we did, and we benefit from it.
Hey, Coach.
Hey.
Just like the rookies got an extended opportunity this season, it feels like you faced much more than a coach usually does in their first year in that seat. I'm wondering any confidence you take, or what do you take from that and apply to the next season?
Good question. As an athlete, you grow up and to like on the outside looking in, this is like, whoa, and this is a lot, but you're kind of made for it or you're not. You keep fighting, you come with the right mentality, or that starts to break down and you see that. Me in this position, I try to come with the right disposition, the right mindset, clean it, rinse it, let's go again. The learning inside of that is probably the biggest gift, and that's sit back and look. And luckily, I have 2 incredible mentors and leaders that help me because they see the game differently in Scott and BJ than a lot of people. So it's easy for me to lean on them. Sometimes they probably be like, damn, man. But I lean on them because I know that when you talk about knowledge and battles and fighting and where they come from, like that for me is an invaluable piece of growth that I just dive into. So, this job is one of the biggest hurdles that I've ever faced, but I truly enjoy it, and I think I must enjoy pain a little bit because it's a lot of fun, man. I really have fun doing my job, and I know that what's on the other side of what we experienced is the gratification in going through what we go through. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. That's it. Appreciate you guys. Yes.
That is Sacramento Kings head coach Doug Christie, his exit interview from the Golden One Center. We're expecting to hear from Kings general manager Scott Perry in just a little bit. We'll take the break right now, and Matt and Kayla will return with Scott Perry live in just a minute.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Russell Peters, Relax World Tour.
I go, my parents are from India. She goes, oh, India. See, I knew India. Indian people, you have a big eyes and long eyelash like a cow. Wow, 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 wow.
Saturday, April 18th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley.
Wow, 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 wow. I didn't know what to do. I just tipped them and thank you, bye-bye, and I left.
For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Russell Peters, Relax World Tour.
Sacramento Electronic Supply Company, on the eve of America's 250th anniversary, this July 4th, salutes our greatest heroes, the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, who have dedicated and sacrificed to protect our nation through their courage and valor. This message, courtesy of Sacramento Electronic Supply Company, located at 114270 Sunrise Gold Circle in Rancho Cordova, serving Sacramento over 80 years. Distributors of Datacom, telecom security products, and industrial electronic parts and components.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with N&S Tractor and Case Construction and Courtyard by Marriott Sacramento Cal Expo. More info at CITBFest.com.
Catch the future of San Francisco Giants baseball right here in Sacramento with the Sacramento River Cats at Sutter Health Park. See tomorrow's stars take the field today and be part of the big league journey. Get your River Cats baseball tickets now at rivercats.com.
You ever notice how the other guys scream about massive discounts on their Dodge, Chrysler, or Jeep Ram vehicles? Then you get to the fine print and boom, another $5,200 in mandatory ads. At Hoblet, we don't insult your intelligence. The price you see is the price you pay. No mystery add-ons, no bait and switch, no gotcha when you sit down to buy. Hoblet, family owned for 77 years. Transparency, straightforward pricing. Buy it right, buy it at Hoblet.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
We are back, and Sacramento Kings General Manager Scott Perry just stepped to the podium. Let's go now to the Golden One Center to hear from the Kings GM.
Doing today, welcome. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's good to see all these bright, smiling faces in here today, and I'm gonna keep my bright, smiling face going today too. But first of all, I want to start off by thanking the entire Kings staff this season, from business operations to basketball operations. The support, commitment, hard work each and every day was exemplary, and I'm truly appreciative of that. And I'm looking forward to many more seasons together as we work towards building this sustainable winner. I also want to say a special thank you to Kings Nation, the Sacramento Kings community, the fan base, for their support throughout a challenging season. But they kept coming out, they kept cheering loud. A lot of times you didn't realize what our record was this year because they were so enthusiastic and invested into this basketball team, and I greatly appreciate that. And as I've consistently said, this year was going to be about evaluating this roster, gaining an understanding that will help inform us as we move forward in the process of building a sustainable winner. Unfortunately, a reality, a fact this year, we were really hit by significant injuries, as you all well know. A number of our core players, starting with Domas Sabonis, he was only able to play 19 games this year. Keegan Murray was only able to play 23 games. Zach LaVine was only able to play 39 games. And then after the trade deadline, when we acquired DeAndre Hunter, he played a game and a half before he suffered a very freak injury there. So not to use that as, it's not an excuse, but it's a fact. And all of you who've been around team sports for years understand the importance of being able to establish some sort of consistency in playing together. As a matter of fact, I think we had 34 different starting lineups this year, if I'm not mistaken, and that's very hard to really evaluate any kind of continuity for this group. But hey, that's the reality of it. And what it did, though, and as you all have come to know me, I'm someone who's always going to be looking at the glass half full. So a lot of positives ended up coming out of that, starting with the opportunities that were presented to our younger group. Max Reynaud, Dylan Caldwell, Neek Clifford. I really was pleased with how those young people took advantage of their opportunity. I think each and every one of them got better as the season progressed and got on, gained confidence. Do they still have a lot to learn? Absolutely. And it's reasonable for us to expect that they get better this offseason, and that'll be our expectation that we have placed on them to be better as we work towards improving this basketball team. But excited for what they were able to show this year. And in watching that growth and opportunity, that was really one of the main reasons of making sure that Doug Christie came back here as head coach. I think got a chance to see Doug's relentless energy, his leadership that he exhibited with these young guys, his patience, never wavered through, a challenging year. And his work ethic was tremendous this year. And as a young first-time head coach, what impressed me most was his ability to learn, keep going back to the lab each and every day and working on his craft. I'm a former coach some time ago. You don't have to worry about it. I won't be coaching again. But I understand the journey, and I understand what goes into that. And so looking forward to Doug continuing his growth and development along with the players, and so that as we move forward and trust in him and his ability to lead us to the next level of improvement. And with that now, we in our second season. We turn our attention to the draft. And I'm really excited about that. I'm really fortunate to have a front office group that I work with that works extremely hard, will have us more than prepared, and they're all doing it together. I always talked about diversity of thought with unity of purpose and direction. That group has lived it with me this year. I wouldn't want it any other way. We work side by side well together, and so we'll be prepared through this process. We've been watching games all through the year, but now we'll be, the Chicago Combine will be coming up. We'll be interviewing players. We'll be bringing players in for workouts. So we're in full prep mode, and I'm really looking forward to it because it's an opportunity for us to add talent to this roster as the next step to our track of improving. So with that being said, I will open it up to all of you for questions.
Hi, Scott. Over here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Good morning.
So Russell Westbrook the other day said that he enjoyed his time here in Sacramento, and if he's welcomed back, he'd like to be back. So I guess, first of all, is he welcome back, and what were your kind of impressions of him as a leader on this team?
Russell's always welcome with me. I love working with Russell Westbrook this year. I mean, he was phenomenal. I can't say enough. Obviously I talked about Doug's leadership and his ability to help the young people, but a lot of that development doesn't happen without guys like Russell and Debo and Doug McDermott. All of these veteran guys poured into our young people, and Russ was at the head of the class for that. Extremely competitive. I wish I had an opportunity to work with Russell earlier in my career as well, because I really like what he stands for. And, again, we will keep the lines of communication open, and we will see what happens and what's available to us this offseason.
And secondly, Doug was just asked what this roster needs moving forward, and he said without hesitation, a point guard. Without giving away too much, how are you and your staff approaching the draft? And aside from physical, but what type of mental qualities are you looking for in a player?
Yeah, obviously, point guard is a position of need, but as you look at the draft, we're always looking to, depending upon where we draft, we're going to look to add the best player, best talent to this roster. So if that happens to match up where we pick, and that best player on the board in our eyes is a point guard, we'll look that way. If it's another position, we'll do that. We're in the early stages of building, so it's important to just getting high-end talent for this roster. You talk about the mentality. You've heard me talk about 6 pillars here from the very beginning. So we're looking for guys that, again, are competitive, tough, have a team orientation, professional, accountable, and disciplined. I believe, toughness wins in this league. I believe a team attitude wins in this league. All those 6 pillars I talked about are extremely important, and we want guys to want to be a part of what we're building, that buy into that will live that each and every day, will practice that way, playing games that way, assimilate into the community that way. So hopefully that answers your question, what we're looking for.
Scott, over here.
Yes.
You don't need an abacus to see your financial situation is pretty dire heading into this offseason. How are you going to Houdini your way out of where you're at right now?
I don't know that it requires any Houdini, but look, there's a lot of mechanisms to working around the cap. I would just say this. From the time I started in this league 23 years ago, my philosophy is never to be a team going into a luxury tax unless we were a roster worthy of that, ready to compete for a championship. We're not there yet. So we have a number of avenues over the next 3, 4, 5 months to make sure we're in compliance with that and also put the very best roster we can out there for next season.
Hey, Scott. This season obviously didn't go according to plan for you guys, and Doug spoke about it earlier. All the injuries. You just spoke about all the injuries. Mm-hmm. Do you think, injuries aside, this roster would have competed at a higher level, or why do you think this collection of talent just wasn't able to put it together?
But I think that's a very hypothetical, so it's hard to say. I wouldn't want to venture down that path. Obviously, individually, a lot of guys had strong resumes in this league. Domas had been an All-NBA player. DeMar DeRozan, even though he's year 17, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Russell Westbrook is going to probably be a Hall of Famer. But talent alone doesn't always dictate what happens, wins and losses. You need time to come together. And unfortunately, this group never had time to play together, so we really won't know the answer to that question.
Hey, Scott, over here.
Okay, all right, Jake.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I asked this with the lottery coming up. Are you a superstitious person?
No. No, I'm not a superstitious. I let that go a long time ago. During my coaching days, I won my first game. I wore a particular tie. Then I wore the tie the next time, and then we lost 6 or 7 straight. I said, well, superstition out the window.
So we'll let the balls fall where they may.
Let the balls fall where they may, exactly.
When it comes to the draft, though, is this the most important draft this organization has partaken in the recent future?
Well, again, it's hard for me to comment on what preceded me, obviously the fact that we're in the lottery, where we're positioned to be, still yet to be determined who's going to be in the draft yet. So I really can't talk in much detail until that list doesn't come out until the end of April, around the 27th, of who's actually going to get in this draft. We've read a lot, and people can assume a lot who's going to be in there. But it's very important because it's the next step for us in what we're trying to build here to add real talent. Add at least at minimum a starting level player in this league. And it's no secret that while it takes a culture and environment to help create a winner, you have to have talent that functions within that culture and environment. And so it's important in that vein.
Like you just mentioned, hey Scott.
Yes.
Like you just mentioned, kind of TBD of who will end up entering the draft. But what do you make of the potential names there and the strength of this draft class specifically in the lottery?
Well, again, without being able, because I can't even comment on particular names, but if all these people enter that you've read about, potentially I think this is a very strong draft class. A lot of good young players on the horizon. Important part for us, which is the incomplete part for us, and you've heard me talk a lot about this, and my staff hears me say this all the time. Can't start making the final determinations till you get a chance to meet a lot of these young people, because that's important. I've said it time and time again. You evaluate the talent, and that's very important, but then there's the person. We can't separate them coming through the door. They're not mutually exclusive. They're coming in together. So that's going to be a big part for us once we figure out and get a chance to spend time with these young people and figure out who's going to fit with what we're trying to build. And that'll become clear as we move forward towards the draft June 23rd.
Hey, Scott.
Hey there. Hey, Deuce.
You played a lot of the young guys down the stretch of this season, still had one of the oldest rosters in the league. How important going into next year is to get younger? Or how do you kind of strike that balance of having some vets with youth?
Mm-hmm. Well, the draft's going to help us do that a little bit too, because not only do we have the lottery pick, we also have a couple picks in the second round. So that there gets you a lot younger. And we'll, then as we look to free agency or potential trades or things of that nature, if we can get a little bit on the younger side, that will help us. I think what the young guys showed toward the end of the season, playing with that level of energy on both sides of the floor, that's how we really want to play, with some pace, with some physicality, and really sharing the basketball. So, we'll incrementally keep working towards getting a little bit younger, because, again, you always hear me talk about building a sustainable winner. So I think that's going to be important, to have enough guys that are in that quote-unquote younger bucket to help kind of drive that energy on a nightly basis.
And one more for you, just Precious Achiuwa. I think he exceeded a lot of people's expectations. What did you make of what he brought to your team, and do you envision him as someone you'd love to have back here if the opportunity presented itself?
Right. Not bad for a guy who came off the couch in November, right? No, really enjoyed working with Precious this year. Got a chance to show a lot. Obviously, he played in New York, came in the year after I left, but I was very familiar with him. And I just really like how, as the season wore on, he became more comfortable. He's a player that can guard multiple positions. He can play with the necessary athleticism, energy, and force. I think that it's very important in today's game. And I know he's expressed this to you guys, and I'm going to express it as well. I know he'd like to be back here. We'd like to have him back here, so hopefully we will continue to do business together.
Hey, Scott. When you look at the curiosity of not seeing this whole roster and it's at any point this season together as one or fully healthy, how much do you have that going forward and looking at next year's roster, realizing that this is the first day or first week or so of the offseason as you guys plan? But is it hard to fight that temptation of the what ifs, as so many of these players had wondered as we talked to them on Monday?
I've never been a big what if person. Obviously what happened, and I'm always look forward person. So entering every offseason, and you've heard me say time and time again about being prudent and opportunistic. That doesn't change. And so that's the mindset entering into this offseason as we look to assemble a roster for next year that can be, better than what we were this year.
Hey, Scott.
Hey,
over here.
what's going on? How you doing?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you.
You great? Good.
Can't complain.
Okay. Nobody would listen anyway if you did, right?
Very true. James Hamney.
Yeah, I know James. James Ham, exactly.
So, 3 years ago today, the Kings played in their first playoff game in 17 years. And obviously it was an electric time around this city, this organization, this franchise. You've talked about the importance of the draft, the importance of developing the youth players and whatnot. Of course, the goal is to get this team back into playoff contention and, as high as it can go. But in your eyes, you've been around a lot of basketball. You've been around teams like Detroit and whatnot, where you've been able to turn things around and whatnot. If you can pinpoint something or a number of things to kind of get back to that, that promised land of success, shall I say, what would you identify that as?
Again, I can't stress enough the importance of establishing a culture, a standard of business, a standard of how we're going to play, a consistency of how we're going to play and work every single day. You have to have that in place, and we're just in the infancy stages of that. We weren't able to really do that to any of our likings this year, starting with mine. So that's important, having that, so that as you bring players and people in, there is a system, there is a template for how we're going to be as Sacramento Kings. And so that's what we have to really, moving forward in this offseason the next year, that when we're sitting back here after next season, everybody in this room can say, okay, this is what Sacramento Kings basketball is going to look like. I'm not talking about number of wins, but there's a particular style, there's a particular presence and approach that you're going to be able to see. And so much of his mindset, because look, you look around this league, all 30 teams, there's a certain measure of talent in every organization in this league. And a lot of times, for me, the separator, and when you mentioned Detroit, where I was for so many years, and then obviously in New York, what it became the mindset. There was a toughness, there was an edge that when we went out there to compete, we believed that nobody was tougher than us. Nobody was going to outcompete us. And so if you go with that mindset each and every night, you give yourself a chance to win. Doesn't guarantee it, but gives yourself a chance. And that's where we have to get to, a consistency of how we're going to play and approach. And again, that mindset of being tough together and, just unwavering in that. So hopefully that answers your question.
Good morning, Scott.
Yes.
Just curious, last draft, Max and Neek, both guys that played multiple years in college, high IQ players. I wonder how the organization looks at and or values players that do have experience, because you're looking to add a starter versus a younger one and done.
No, I think what you have seen in the NBA probably at least over the past decade is that at the top end of the draft has been more of the younger talent, less experienced, but analysts believe and the evaluators believe have the highest upside. As you get into the areas where we drafted Neek and Maxime, there's very highly productive players in college who have more experience and they have more maturity, not just in the game, but just in life. And I think that's why you do see a lot of those guys when they come in the league. It's like years ago when guys were coming into the NBA with 3 or 4 years in college, they're a little more prepared, both mentally and physically. So we take each case individually. We value both. We value the young and high upside, and that's the importance of development. but we also value, as you could see, this draft class, guys were all 4 or 5 year guys, and I think they more than represented what we want to stand for this year. And then, our challenge to them and what I know they want to do is build on that.
And then last one, just curious, last season coming into camp when you inherited the roster, it was a little bit guard heavy. Now it looks like there could be a little bit of a logjam at the forward center position. Is bringing balance to the roster a big priority this offseason?
Well, you always search for balance in your roster. Again, I think you have to seize whatever opportunities in front of you. And but ultimately, when we get the final group together, when we talk about that sustainable winner, and whoever mentioned over here about getting back into the playoffs one day, my whole pledge about a sustainable winner. I want to build a group that once we're able to get there, we can stay there for a while. I don't want to be a one-hit wonder or flash in the pans. That's why you hear me talk about brick by brick, steady, slow approach, and not to get too, worrying about making the flashiest moves. I want to build a very strong and solid foundation, and there's a number of ways to do it, and we're going to exhaust every avenue that we can to do that.
Hey, Scott, when you look back at your rookie draft class from this season, they were able to produce, some heavy opportunities that they were given. Is this one of the better draft classes that you feel like in your time as a GM or just decision maker that, you were able to get a lot of juice out of that squeeze?
I'm proud of the group, not only what they, started to accomplish as players, but just their growth, their approach. I think it's a little bit TBD, though. We what they accomplished this year means nothing for next season unless they come back better and help us get better. So it's a little bit TBD that way, but they're off to a very good start, encouraged about what they do. And I think the beauty in all three of those young guys is that they want to be better, they want to be challenged, they want to be coached hard. And I think that is a key ingredient for any player in this league to getting better and maximizing their abilities.
Actually, I have two.
Yeah.
You talk about the evaluation process. You look for things that work, things that don't work, things that could work. And I know you said this, early, last year. Were you able to identify any volunteers and hostages?
Yeah, we just talked about the young guys. They for sure were volunteers. And I think for the most part in this group, all these guys tried to put the best foot forward this year. So I have no complaints about that. Did the year go the way any of us wanted it to go in terms of wins and losses? Of course not. But I don't think you can ignore the amount of time missed by such key players. When I mentioned those 3 players, and if you add Hunter in there after the deadline, those are 4 of your top 6 scorers on your rosters, 6, 7 scorers, right? And so that's difficult to make up for. But in terms of their mindset and approach, their attitude, that was the one thing. And matter of fact, DeMar DeRozan made that comment to me on the way during his exit meeting, just saying, through all the difficulty of some of the losses and things this year, the group never broke. They stayed together. And you could kind of see that. And again, I think it was a testament to Doug and his ability to have the same energy coming the next day to practice, regardless of what had transpired the night before.
I also know, we've been talking about the draft for the last few minutes too, but and you have mentioned, course of time about other teams and what they're doing and the way the league is going. The OKCs and the Indiana, at least what they were, the season before. Just want to know, you feel like, with this foundation, with the young players that you have, that, you're going in that direction to build that type of team that you want as far as competing?
Well, we're going to build the team in our image. I mean, obviously, I have a great deal of respect for OKC. I worked with Sam Presti his first year when we were the Seattle Sonics before they moved to OKC. So I have not only a friendship there, but a respect for what he's done over the now 18 years, I think, that he's been there. Great deal of respect for what they're doing in Indiana. But both of those places you mentioned, it's taking time and patience, and that's from everybody that's involved in this project. It's an organizational patience and dedication and commitment to doing this thing the right way. Both of those places have that. We're going to have that here, and that's how we're going to continue to keep building. We're just in the very beginning stages of it. You're looking at teams that have used multiple drafts, multiple trades to get to where they're at right now. We're just in the beginning part of that. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Scott. All right. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
That is Sacramento Kings General Manager Scott Perry, a lengthy press conference with the media right after we heard from Kings head coach Doug Christie. Now we have a lot to react to. A ton said by both the Kings head coach and general manager. Matt and Kayla returns, and the show can really get started. We'll break down everything we heard from Scott and Doug, plus Chris Watkins, who was there for the press conferences, as well as he was there at the exit interviews for the players on Monday. He will join us in studio at noon to share his thoughts on everything going on. Let's get this show rolling. After the break, it's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
The Bedroom Collection Sale is on at Scandinavian Designs. For a limited time, shop dreamy deals on all bedroom furniture, including beds, dressers, nightstands, and more. This is your chance to splurge on a new piece or upgrade your entire sleep space with a fresh, modern look. Stop by one of our local showrooms or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com. Scandinavian Designs. We make it simple. You make it home.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Imran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento! Now you've got a place for all things dance.
The all-new Energy 100.5 HD2.
Where dance music lives. Dance vibes anytime and any place when you get the free Now 100.5 app.
Or listen at 100.5 HD2.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action, but please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Spring is here, and warmer days are right around the corner. Before the heat hits, call Brower Mechanical. Right now, when you purchase a new high-efficiency AC system, you can choose a water heater or a whole house fan for just $1, or get your AC professionally tuned up for just $89. Don't wait until your system breaks down during the heat. Brower Mechanical, where quality meets comfort. 916-352-3113. Residential and commercial HVAC sales and service. License number 1081055.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
I feel like I should start the whole show over. I mean, it's just been
Might as
hey,
well.
welcome to Matt and Kayla. Here's Doug Christie and Scott Perry.
Right.
Wow. We got a lot to talk about. Kings head coach Doug Christie. Wow. Spoke for about 20 minutes or so about, it's like 25 minutes maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Just about everything. Scott Perry followed that up with some more stuff. Now, Scott Perry definitely is a master of GM speak. Don't get me wrong. But it's night and day difference from, and I appreciate Monty McNair. Monty was always kind with me, but Monty was a master at Monty could speak for 20 minutes and say nothing.
Yeah.
Scott Perry, while again, he knows how to dance around some things.
Sure.
Scott Perry will at least give you something, and we have some things to respond to in today's show. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm Matt George. Kayla Anderson is with me. Kyle Ledbetter on the other side of the glass. He's moving 1,000,000 miles per hour this week, dealing with all these exit interviews and cutting everything. So shout out to him. When you hear all these clips on the afternoon show on the Drive Guys today, and when you hear them on the morning show tomorrow, just remember Kyle Ledbetter is the one that put them all together.
Exactly.
Okay, just understand that.
Our guy.
Understand who's
Our
hustling
guy.
and doing everything when that audio gets on the air. But all right, we got lots to react to from these press conferences. Kayla, should we start with Doug or should we start with Scott? Where do you want to go first?
I'll start in order, so let's start with Doug.
All right, we'll start with Sacramento Kings head coach Doug Christie. There was more from Doug to talk about, I feel, than there was from Scott. And the one area that I want to start with Doug has to do with comments made by Zach LaVine. Zach, the two major takeaways from Zach's press conference on Monday, his exit interview on Monday. The first one was him talking about what the team could have done better, and he talked about rotations. He talked about rhythm, and he made sure to kind of back off a little bit, not go there's patchwork being done, there are injuries, it was nobody's fault, and then he followed it up with, but you got to do a better job of maximizing our time. I know we have the audio, but we have so much to get to, Kyle, so I appreciate you queuing that up. We have to, everyone's wanting to maximize talent, put guys in the right position to succeed. Those are some of the words that he used. And he also talked about, he brought up sacrifice himself. And it's I know you want to sacrifice, but sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself to make others look better. Those were the words that Zach LaVine used, and that stood out to me a little bit. Not to try and stir the pot, create drama. Here goes Matt George on the radio again. Those comments just stood out to me, and I wasn't alone in that. Other Zach LaVine comments that stood out. He talked about talent-wise, he thinks this roster is one of the best in the league. Like, he'd put this roster up against everybody talent-wise. But a lot of the responses to that you heard on this station, that you've seen on Kings social media, is, well, you can't just have talent. You have to have guys fit together. Well, Doug Christie was asked today about Zach LaVine's comments about the talent aspect of things. And I wrote down essentially like a snippet of what Doug said, because this stood out to me. And I don't know if this is a message directed straight at Zach, if it's just a message about talent in general in the league, but he said this: just because you have talent doesn't mean you're going to win. Talent has to fit. Talent has to be willing to sacrifice. That's what Doug Christie said when talking about the talent on this team, and that's been a major conversation all year long. One of the most talented rosters the Kings have ever had, and yet it's the second worst team in Sacramento era history in terms of overall record. So that really stood out to me, Kayla.
Yeah, and I know it's hard because a lot of this is speculation because we're not hearing direct this is what I'm doing in terms of responding to Zach, word for word. But when you line it up and you really even look at Zach LaVine to start the year, and we talked about he was averaging 30 points per game, and then it kind of started to just kind of go downhill real quick. And part of that, I feel, was maybe not exactly adhering to what this lineup this rotation or Doug's rotations and Doug's messaging that he was trying to preach to these guys, not necessarily was vibing with what Zach wanted to do or how he has been computed to play along his career, right? Because again, defense is a big part of it too, and just little tendencies that you may have to work through as a veteran player that, it's not going to be simple when you're coming into a new place with new expectations and a new head coach that's demanding different things out of you. And this is my opinion. I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth. Yep. This is my opinion. I truly don't feel like, and I have said this from the beginning, with LaVine in particular, nothing against him personally. Let me make that clear. But as a player on this team, for this organization, with the demands of Doug Christie, I do not feel like Zach LaVine and that type of basketball matches at all.
It doesn't fit.
It just doesn't fit. And you know what? Not everything fits. But it is what it is. And I just think moving forward, there has to be something that is fixed with this situation. And I know it's complicated.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of money involved, and he wants his money, and rightfully so. But I just feel like that is a major hurdle that needs to be hopped over.
Here's the thing. Two things can be true. On Zach LaVine's side of things, we should be utilized better. We should play to our strengths more. I don't think Zach LaVine was the only player on the Sacramento Kings that probably felt like they weren't being fully utilized properly. I imagine everybody had that thought at some point in time. And that's pretty common when you have a team of 15 guys that are good enough to make the NBA. All of them think they're the best guy.
And that's part of the problem, too, that
right.
we started with, right?
And Doug has actually talked repeatedly about, being a head coach. Nobody likes you, but you just kind of have to. And he used that kind of, said it tongue-in-cheek, but you get the overall point, right? So that Zach could be right. What Zach's saying is right. You got to utilize the talent that you have better. I think we all agree this roster should have been better than 22-60. But on the other side, what Doug's saying is absolutely true, right? It doesn't matter how talented we are if we don't play together, and if we don't play good basketball, if we don't play the way we're trying to play, we're not going to succeed. Doesn't matter how talented we are. We're just a group of 5 individuals out there that are just chucking. And that kind of, I'm not saying Doug said that, but that's my synopsis of essentially what Doug's point is. And that's what we saw the first half of the season, right? But do you remember when Zach LaVine dropped 42 in Miami? It was December 6th. There was a reporter named Sirio Aseo, I think is how you pronounce his name, and he put out on social media. He covers Miami Heat basketball, and it was just, I guess, very interested in the Kings on that night. He did an interview with Keon Ellis, and he didn't interview Zach LaVine. But as Zach was walking to the team bus, Ciro turned to him and just said, asked him about his 42-point night.
Sure.
And what Ciro says that LaVine said, which LaVine never denied, is, quote, I can do that any night if they give me the damn ball enough. So on one hand, that's the confidence of a NBA player who's about to be paid almost $50 million, who is one of the league's best scorers when he's on. That's the confidence that you need to get that far. But that also gives us an idea of the mindset of Zach LaVine. And I think there's a disconnect there because Doug Christie is very much about the we have to all sacrifice in order to play the way that we need to play. And Zach LaVine seems to be saying, well, feed me more, man. I'm one of your best players on the team. Putting words in Zach's mouth here. He didn't say that directly, but that's my interpretation of this entire situation based off of the comments of Zach, the comments of Doug, and how this freaking season went.
And look, Scooter brought up a good point on the YouTube chat, which, by the way, you can join in and join the conversation. He said he's not being sarcastic with us, but he's like, but where is he a fit then? And he goes, because he's had kind of issues in other places. You're exactly right, Scooter. That's kind of, I guess, the mystery about Zach LaVine and why the play is not ever consistent. Of course he's going to have these big moments because he is a talented shooter. We've established that. There's nothing to take away from him from that standpoint. But basketball is a team game, more so than ever. And especially in certain organizations that are young, that are trying to establish an identity. And unfortunately, I just don't think Zach maybe has gotten to that point where he can kind of be a little unselfish, at least for a while, until things around him are managed the right way. I think he's kind of like, I need the ball now. I want to be me now. And unfortunately, especially right now in Sacramento, in a new age, and we're hearing it time and time again from Scott Perry and Doug Christie, they've been the most happy with what's happened with this team at the end of the season because it's the young guys who have really bought in and played the way that they want this organization to play.
Yeah, Doug talked about the final 15 games of the season. The Kings went 6-9, and he said in the press conference exactly what I was saying a week ago, that the Kings are playing were playing their best basketball now, the most cohesive basketball that they've played, primarily led by the young guys. Now, there's a caveat to that a little bit, because that does not write DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, and Russell Westbrook out of the picture, because those two were directly impacting the way that the young guys were playing at the end. And I think that, not to make this like the bag on Zach LaVine thing, but that's the key difference to me, is in Zach's mind, he was sacrificing. Okay, I'm not shooting as much. I'm not getting as many touches. But the difference between Zach sacrificing and DeMar or Russ sacrificing was production. If Zach wasn't scoring, Zach didn't do anything. Russ became a facilitator. DeMar DeRozan became a facilitator. We saw both of those guys completely take back seats at times. They started shooting less unless the Kings just straight up needed them to shoot. And of course, I was frustrated at the times when I felt they were shooting too much. But especially the final month of the season, we saw both DeMar and Russ take back seats to implement the young guys. Doesn't mean they weren't playing as much. They were still getting playing time, but when they were on the floor, they were distributing more, trying to work two-man games with young guys. They were taking back seats, but still impacting the game. That's the big difference between them and Zach LaVine. When he'd take the back seat, I couldn't tell you what he did.
That right there is the point that is right on, because I remember during the season when Zach was healthy, and let me get to a point about that in a second too, when Zach was healthy, where at times I'm like, where is he? He's completely disappeared at some points.
Yeah.
When he took that kind of backseat type of role. And look, it's hard. I understand this. It's been a hard season just because the roster was so wonky. And I get that. And it's not easy for any individual player to probably have gone through this season, including Zach. But maybe if Zach did stay healthy, which is not his fault, maybe we could have seen him adapt to more so what a DeRozan and a Westbrook started to do, because that's also why I give them more of a credit here, because they adapted towards the end when we needed to start to see things change for the youth. And so it's hard for me to give a full grade to Zach because he was hurt and then he had the surgery and then, we never got to see the end game for Zach. But even so, I just feel like it would have been up and down and there was really never consistency with his game.
Let me address this from Mustache Spider in the YouTube comment section. He says, DeRozan is not a facilitator. No, he became one. This is the month of March, okay? This is just some of the games for DeRozan in the month of March. Now, there are some games in here with like 1 or 2 assists, but these are the majority of the games in March. 8 assists, 6 assists, 7 assists, 11 assists, 5 assists, 8 assists, 5 assists, 11 assists. Yep. That's all March. Yep. In April, 4 assists, 5 assists. The end of February, 5 assists, 4 assists, 4, 5, 6. You get my point. DeMar adjusted and adapted to involve his team more. So where is DeMar DeRozan's game first and foremost as a facilitator? No, although he is an underrated playmaker because of the attention that he draws as a scorer, especially from the mid-range. But we saw DeMar shooting less, passing more, involving the team and involving the young guys as the Kings made that pivot. Russell Westbrook, while he still wasn't afraid to shoot the ball, he wasn't shooting nearly as much as he was earlier in the season. And what did you see him racking up? Assists and involving Maxime Reynaud a ton more in the two-man game, right? So you saw them adjust. Yeah. And I think in Zach's mind, and people are probably going, why is this like a bag on Zach LaVine session here? Why are you hyper-focusing on Zach LaVine? Because to me, what we've heard from all the players yesterday and what we've heard from Doug and Scott today, for the most part, has been synonymous. So when everything seems to be the same, when there's a disconnect, it stands out. Now, I give Zach credit because he had the balls to say what was on his mind. Other players did not take that question. What would they do differently? It's not for me to decide. Zach wasn't afraid to speak his mind. And maybe he feels confident enough doing that because he has full control over his future and he has a $50 million payday waiting for him. So maybe that's why he feels, or that's just who Zach is as a person. So I give Zach credit for speaking his mind. But the biggest disconnect from these exit interviews are what Zach said, and I think Zach's approach to how this season went, and what Doug said today. And both guys are right in their own right, but ultimately, what's more important? Is it the team coming together to play the style of the 6 pillars and the standard, or is it Zach LaVine getting his shots and getting his points? I know what's more important.
I just feel like when some things aren't meant to work together or some things aren't a match, they're just not a match. And there's not even a lot of explaining you need to have to do. And I truly feel this is one of those situations. And again, it's no dig on personally on Zach LaVine. And I think eventually, maybe he'll find some place where he does fit better in what they're looking for. But I really don't think each side sees eye to eye in what this marriage is moving forward. I think it's bound to obviously break at some point, and I just think sooner than later. But I know that it's the contract and the money and all that stuff that makes it complicated, as it always does.
From Bobby Hill on YouTube, I want to make sure fans avoid this type of thinking because it's not true. We shouldn't be judging anything after the All-Star break. Those games were against tanking teams. That's not true. They beat the Raptors in Toronto. That game was massive for playoff seeding for the Raptors, who were trying to avoid a play-in spot. They beat the Clippers in LA. The Clippers, jockeying for play-in position at the time, had a chance to avoid the play-in outright and were in the race for the 6th seed. They beat the Warriors in Sacramento, and the Warriors were doing a tune-up, playing all their top guys, getting ready for the play-in. That statement simply is not true. The Kings played meaningful games. Now, in the games that they played better teams than them, more often than not, they lost.
But in some of those games, they weren't complete blowouts.
No.
There were a few that were.
They played, the vast majority of those games were not blowouts. Right. They were close. They were hard-fought games. Their loss in Orlando, hard-fought game. Their loss in Atlanta, it got a little ugly at times. The Kings battled their way back. They were blown out in Charlotte. They were blown out by the Clippers in Sacramento after they had beaten the Clippers in LA. Don't get into this overgeneralization mindset to rid yourself or ignore the context of what happened over the second half of the season. Because what happened over the second half of the season, that's why Doug Christie is keeping his job.
100%.
And if you disagree with it, that's fine. If you don't think he should have his job because of that, that's fine. But
that's just what Scott Perry just said.
you got to play the games anyway. They might as well mean something.
Yeah.
And these games meant something for how the Kings ended the season.
And thank goodness they took the route that they did. And I know at some point they didn't have much of a choice but to play the young guys because of injuries. But I do believe some guys were kind of shut down because it's like you might as well get them their surgery and get on with it. But thank goodness that we did get to evaluate the youth. And good thing they did get the reps, the live reps, the meaningful reps that they got. Because now, think about it, they're not adjusting next year. They're adjusting to teams adjusting to them, and there's things they're going to have to work on to be better and keep their game at the next level. But they have now the real life experience that they're going to need going into next season. And I just think we're so jaded sometimes as fans that we can't see the bright side of anything. Y'all, this is a bright side that the youth did get this development that's like you cannot match that.
Yeah.
And so you have to admit at some point at least that these young players have done some good things, and that is really beneficial with the momentum moving into next year.
Doug Christie said today, he talked about pivoting to the young guys in midseason. He pointed to that as, like you said, a major bright spot of the season. He said it, quote, fast-forwarded their growth. So that's what he's talking about. We have this time. We have to play these games anyway. We can't just forfeit outright. So might as well make the most of this opportunity. That's what I was calling for months. Now, the way they went about it, I didn't always completely agree with, but we can say without question from the trade deadline to the end of the season, the young guys got to play more, got significantly better, and built momentum for themselves heading into year two. We can check all those boxes with permanent ink. Like that's a positive compared to where we were at in the first half of the season where it's like the veterans are just shooting a lot and the Kings are losing badly.
It was really bad basketball.
It was.
Let's just admit that. That was really bad basketball
Very
to
bad.
watch.
Yes. What did you make of Doug Christie's message to the players in the offseason? He said, we must improve. What we experienced this season was unacceptable.
Yeah, I think it was great. I think Doug took a lot of accountability in his presser. He was asked by, I think it was it Christie?
Christie Rodriguez, yeah.
He was asked to even flat out give a grade. And I think he didn't say F, but he pretty much said fail.
I failed because we didn't get where we wanted to go.
So that's pretty much in his eyes an F is what he kind of is saying. Like, I don't believe he truly thought he got an F, but I think he really took accountability. And with that statement, I liked it because even though we're giving all these praise and all these, great positive remarks about the youth and the young guys, moving forward, like, that doesn't really matter next year. Like, you are starting a new season with new expectations, and the expectations are higher. And so for him to put that message out, I thought was smart, just to know, like, this was not acceptable, even with the good things we saw at the end happen.
I did have a little bit, and I know we're got to wrap up here to go to break, but this is definitely something that will come up when Chris joins us at noon, and certainly something we'll talk about over the course of the offseason too, Kayla. But I feel like I got deja vu because what are two things that Doug Christie talked about in that press conference? The first thing, talked about the point guard position.
Yeah.
Just like his exit interview at the end of last season, we need to address the point guard position. Yep. Now, Scott was saying the same thing at that point when he was hired. This time he was like, yeah, point guard, sure, but we got to address a lot of things.
I know,
so at least
right?
Scott wasn't just like point guard, but it's like, God, what circle of dimension of hell are we in? We're doing the same thing.
I know,
it's the point guard
wait,
position.
we're doing this again?
But then did you hear Doug tell the story about he had an exit interview with one of his players because the players talked to the coaching staff one-on-one.
Yeah.
And one of the players asked, next season, are we getting back to picking up 94 feet?
I did hear that.
And Doug said, I wanted to hug him.
I did hear that. He
Get
didn't
ready,
say the
y'all.
name, though, right?
No, he didn't say who it
I know,
was.
I'm like, who was that?
I'm guessing it's a young guy. Get ready, y'all. Once we get back to training camp, the 94 feet talk going to pick up again. Now it's on Scott Perry to actually give the Kings a roster to where picking up 94 feet doesn't sound like a joke.
Well, maybe then Acuff's out of the picture.
I think he's got the work ethic. I think you could learn.
Yeah. And he's a
Again,
point guard.
all signs point to the Kings really, really like Acuff. I don't think the Kings would feel the way that they did, reportedly by me, about Acuff if they didn't feel that defensively they could improve him. They could fix him is not the right word, but they could get him in the building and get him to buy into defensively what they're doing.
Okay, so here's a tease.
Oh.
Scott Perry said specifically something about the draft that I think is reassuring, and obviously it's part of it, but just in terms of getting to know who a player really is.
We'll take the break. When we come back, we'll talk about what Scott Perry said, and Kayla will pay off exactly what she's talking about because it stood out to me as well. We got lots to break down from these exit interviews. You want to be a part of the show, you can. 916-339-1140. Call in, text in your thoughts on what Doug and Scott had to say today. The YouTube comment section is off the hook. Shout out to everybody watching over there. You are listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140.
At Big O, our ProTech Plus warranty offers free flat repairs, replacements, and roadside assistance. So tire trouble is no trouble at all. Now through May 5th, get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Hankook, or selected Pirelli brand tires with installation purchase. Plus get an extra $50 in rebates when using your Big O Tires and Service credit card. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra where permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
If you're serious about getting better at golf, start with the fit. At Hagen Oaks, everything begins with Total Game Fitting. The TrackMan Player Performance Studio analyzes your swing to match you with the right clubs. Ping's Ballnamic Fitting helps you find the golf ball for your game. The Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps you roll it true. And with FootJoy's 3D foot scanner, you'll walk the course in shoes that actually fit. From driver to putter and even what's on your feet, Hagen Oaks fits every part of your game. Total Game Fitting, only at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Sacramento! Now you got a place for all things dance.
The all-new Energy 100.5 HD2.
Where dance music lives. Dance vibes anytime and any place when you get the free Now 100.5 app.
Or listen at 100.5 HD2.
Your Toyota's been through a lot with you. Traffic, rain, potholes, you name it. But it keeps showing up mile after mile. So maybe it's time to give a little back. For a limited time at your local Toyota dealer, get 3 new tires and get the 4th for $1. Because a ride that's always there for you deserves to be taken care of. 3 tires, get the 4th for $1? Go on. Treat your Toyota. Deal ends April 30th. Keep your Toyota a Toyota. Restrictions apply. Toyota and Scion vehicles only. See participating Toyota dealers for details.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder, thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
If you missed Doug Christie and Scott Perry's full exit interviews earlier today. We carried them live on Sactown Sports, but they will be up and available for you to watch on the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel if they aren't already, by the way. Now, we encourage you to wait till after the show to go and listen to them, and we'll provide every bit of context that you need for what at least we're talking about from the press conferences today. Kayla, you teased going to break that Scott Perry said something about this draft class and the approach to the draft that caught your attention. I wrote this down too. I think we're on the same page with this. What caught your attention that he said?
Yeah, and the first thing was, okay, when he was asked the question again about what Doug mentioned about how important a point guard is, and, maybe I was thinking maybe Scott would reiterate that. Well, Scott did not reiterate that. First and foremost, he said, we're looking for the best talent that is available, and he gave credit to this class and says he thinks it's a very good class from what he has seen. However, for them, it is extremely important to have met them in person and to know that they are exactly what is going to fit with this organization. Clearly, talent is part of it. But this player has to fit. And that's part of an overall face of the franchise type of approach. Because that's what you want it to be, and that's what Scott, I think, is looking for in this draft. And so, yes, did the first thing come to mind of what is it going to be like if or when they sit down with a Darren Peterson type of situation? They are going to evaluate the you-know-what out of Darren Peterson.
Yeah, Scott made it very, very clear. We're going best talent. Wherever we're picking, we're going with the player that we feel is the most talented. We don't care. I mean, it's not that we don't care about position and we don't care about it.
Sure.
That's all secondary to we need talent. We need the best star we can get. So if it's a big, which it's not going to be, but if it's a big man, then we'll figure out Domantas Sabonis and Maxi Marino later. If it's a point guard, we'll figure out that position. Like, we just need talent. So that stood out to me. What you said that he talked about stood out to me. And it's funny, like, I think collectively we're all in this exhale because the season is over. It's
yeah.
But for Scott and his crew, they're in. Yeah, they are. Is that how you inhale? Are you okay?
I don't know. Like in yoga, we do like different weird inhales sometimes.
Well, that was. I think you need to get that checked out. That was a little scary. But he's really like, it's go time for them, right? Because the draft, while it's in the end of June, and that feels like a long ways away, it's going to be here before you know it. The combine's going to be right around the corner. Of course, they'll find out on Mother's Day where they're actually picking. But like these guys,
our prayers are with you guys on Mother's Day.
Please, God. I mean, they've already been working. Like we know when UNC and Duke were at Cal earlier in the year.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Scott Perry and some of his staff were there in the building for those games, and I'm sure they've interacted with these guys. We saw AJ DeBonsa was at the Kings game versus the Jazz. I don't know if Perry was there specifically, but we know AJ interacted with some of the Kings players and staff and brass over there. So they've already been putting in the work. But like you've talked about, now the stuff that we don't see and the stuff that we probably shouldn't be hearing about, that's what's going to begin. And those are the things that you wish you could be a fly on the wall for, but that's where you really, I know this is hard for Kings fans, you really just have to trust, right? Again, you and I have talked a lot about the reservations we have about Darren Peterson.
We sure
like
have.
the concern about, is he capable with the off-the-court stuff? And it's not like him getting in trouble or anything like that. It's just the things that he went with at Kansas. Is he capable of taking on the responsibility of being the guy to lead the Sacramento Kings out of this? And there's good that comes with that, but there's also a lot of flack that comes with that. Is he capable of doing that? Well, if Scott drafts Darren Peterson, wherever he drafts him at, it's because Scott got into a room with Darren and Peterson spoke with the Kings staff and they went, we don't see a problem.
Yeah.
That's where we have to trust.
I truly do. I know I'm different from a lot of you Kings fans because you're like, Kayla, you just got here. Like, shut up. Okay, I get that, but I've also been with a lot of organizations, and I understand, like, I have reserved my trust on a lot of situations with a lot of GMs or a lot of owners. And with this situation with Scott Perry, I truly do trust him to, at least when it comes to, look, sometimes it's a crapshoot, right? Like, we all know you can't always be perfect, but because there's so much talent at the top and because the Kings are probably going to get one of those guys, as long as you're making sure the mental part and what's going to be on that young man's shoulder is going to be doable for him, like I trust Perry to make that decision of yes or no. And even if it is Darren Peterson, I've been Darren Peterson's biggest critic when it comes to that side, not the talent, but the other side of Darren Peterson. And I would probably be like, okay, I trust him.
Yep. Let's hear from TC. TC wants to weigh in on the exit interviews today. What up, TC?
Hey, Matt Kayla, what's up?
What's up, TC?
What's up with it, man? It's a great day. We heard from the two top, well, not two top dogs, but the two probably most important people we want to hear from. And I heard everything I kind of needed to hear, me personally as a fan. Doug, that person that he was talking about, I believe, is Devin Carter, the 94 feet. I told you it was Devin's attitude that wasn't pushing him, but he changed his attitude. But what that kid is elite at, we need on this team, the rebounding and defensive tenacity that he brings, bro. We need that on this team. Am I saying that he's going to be an all-star? No, but am I saying that we need him? And is he one of the players that can, if you talk about anybody 94 feet, he's probably the only person on the team that can pick up somebody 94 feet. So I love that. Also, Scott came out and was honest. That's why I've been big every day. I've been calling talking about I trust Scott, and everybody like, TC, what has he gave you? It was really the only Dennis Schroeder. Everything else, Scott kind of knocked out the park, bro. Not giving up draft picks, not doing nothing stupid, not going down the wrong lane. He explained that to us. He said, listen, man, give me a time. What y'all don't know, everybody Kings fans want to, OKC and Indiana. He said, y'all know what? The one thing that both them teams did, he said, bro, it took time. Everybody was on the same page. Patience and prudence.
TC, appreciate the call. I agree it does take time, but you also need to give people something to latch onto. Exactly. I think Scott has done that with this draft class in particular. He should, I thought it was interesting that Scott was asked about the draft class, and he was like, I wrote it. I'm glad he said this.
Oh, I did too.
He said, I'm proud of the group.
Yeah,
but it's TBD, though.
Exactly.
Basically, him saying, I'm really proud of where they're at. But they got more to do. We still have to see before we can call them one of the best draft class that we've had, or I can call them one of the best draft classes that I've had. That's a refreshing approach from someone who, again, if I'm in Scott Perry's position, hell, I'm putting all the attention on. Look at Max, man. Look what I did at 42.
Yeah.
Because that's his biggest success from this year.
But Scott's smart.
Yeah.
Scott's very smart. And we've seen it in the YouTube chat comments too, is he's gonna tell you stuff, but he's also savvy with the media. He knows how to go about maneuvering the media. And I do think it's kind of refreshing though, because you got Doug on one side who's been different about two things in terms of the point guard and how important it is. And, Perry kind of pushed back a little on that. And then you had the whole thing about, is this the biggest success draft class you've seen in a while with the Kings, to Doug? And he was kind of like, yeah, I'll put it right up there. And Perry's like, that's yet to be seen. So that's actually refreshing, too, that they're not all just, robotic and saying the same things with what they're asked.
Maybe I'm reading between the lines a little bit too much, but my takeaway from Perry's press conference was really I got work to do. I'm ready to go. Yeah. He talked about this season was an evaluation season, and the tone coming into the job was very much happy to be here. I know we have work to do. Let's see where we're at. Now there's very much a tone of, okay, I know where we're at, and I know what we got to do.
Yeah.
Now, to TC's point, or to, I guess, my response to what TC was saying, yes, it does take patience, but again, you got to give people signs that you're building in the right direction. So how you handle this draft will be a big sign. How you handle the financial situation is going to be a massive sign, too.
Checklist.
And Scott said, my philosophy is never to be a team going into the luxury tax unless we're ready to compete for a championship. Remember, according to Bobby Marks of ESPN, the Kings are projected to have $225 million of player salary next year, which is $24 million over the luxury tax and $3 million over the second apron. So those comments there make it perfectly clear. I don't know how he's going to do it, but make it perfectly clear that Scott Perry's going to get that money down. He needs to get that money down. I think we all knew that, but it's nice for him to at least acknowledge that in his own way. So I don't know how he does it, though.
I don't either. He's calling in some financial people for sure and being like, okay, work with me. At least that's what I'd be doing because I suck at math. Don't call me, Perry.
He was like, yeah, there's different cap ways and things that you could do. I'm like, you better find them all, man. find every loophole you can to get that money down.
I think, though, you're right. The biggest thing that we are now focusing on next is obviously the draft, but the summer checklist, things have got to be started to get erased.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they've got to start getting some of those checklists taken care of, because until we see that, we can't really start to see a vision for next season either.
We're going to take the break. We'll get back to, we still haven't heard or talked about Scott and his comments on Doug. He labeled the two main reasons why Doug is remaining the head coach of the Kings. We'll talk about that. Chris Watkins is joining us at noon. He was at all the exit interviews on Monday and today. So we'll get Chris's perspective of being in the room, the things that he saw, the things that he heard. Looking forward to chatting more with Chris Watkins coming up at noon. We're going to take a little bit of a break from the exit interviews for a second. Our classic pick a side segment. A lot of other things happening in sports, and we got to weigh in on those as well. A quick pick a side break, and then we'll get back to the exit interview talk. Still lots to break down from what Scott Perry and Doug Christie had to say today. The offseason is just getting started, and the postseason is underway. We have to talk about that too. You're listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you're serious about getting better at golf, start with the fit. At Hagen Oaks, everything begins with total game fitting. The TrackMan Player Performance Studio analyzes your swing to match you with the right clubs. Ping's Ballnamic Fitting helps you find the golf ball for your game. The Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps you roll it true. And with FootJoy's 3D foot scanner, you'll walk the course in shoes that actually fit. From driver to putter and even what's on your feet, Hagen Oaks fits every part of your game. Total game fitting, only at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Spring is here, and warmer days are right around the corner. Before the heat hits, call Brower Mechanical. Right now, when you purchase a new high-efficiency AC system, you can choose a water heater or a whole house fan for just $1, or get your AC professionally tuned up for just $89. Don't wait until your system breaks down during the heat. Brower Mechanical, where quality meets comfort. 916-352-3113. Residential and commercial HVAC sales and service. License number 108-1055.
Catch the future of San Francisco Giants baseball right here in Sacramento with the Sacramento River Cats at Sutter Health Park. See tomorrow's stars take the field today and be part of the big league journey. Get your River Cats baseball tickets now at rivercats.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's going on for the Declaration of Deals sales event?
There's nothing more American than a Jeep. And with the Declaration of Deals, now is the time to get your hands on the ultimate factory-certified off-road machine, the new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon, when you save up to $7,500 off MSRP.
Those Jeeps are pretty cool, and that's the best savings yet.
But Hoblet is more than Jeeps. With the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, you can save big on over 180 vehicles and almost 40 under $20,000. Not to mention the award-winning customer service you get at this fifth-generation dealer.
Don't wait. Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. $7,500 total net savings on select new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon after $1,500 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. Rebates may include $500 military or first responder bonus cash for eligible members. 3 of this net savings. Sample VIN 205698. See dealer for details.
Pick a side, any side. It's time for Pick a Side on Matt and Kayla.
Taking a quick break from all the exit interview talk. Still plenty to get to with what Doug Christie and Scott Perry had to say today from the Golden One Center. Chris Watkins of Sactown Sports was at all the exit interviews this week. He will join us for the lunch break coming up here in around 15 minutes or so. Bring that energy, Chris. But right now it is time for Pick a Side. Kyle Ledbetter, take a break from all the producing you're doing and join us, won't you please?
Sorry, I'm getting out of the dungeon of cutting clips for a second.
yeah.
It's got like
Dark
20
dungeon.
Clip dungeon.
like 20 audio clips I've already cut here. Jesus.
Yikes.
Huh?
I said, yikes, these guys just talk too much.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Radio host says coaches and players talk too much.
Yeah.
Classic.
Like we don't.
I mean, I'm used to these pressers being like 5 minutes long. I mean, it's like 30 minutes. I'm like, Jesus.
That's the
End
thing.
of the year are
Doug,
always
Doug and Scott can
juggernaut.
talk, and I appreciate it. Even if sometimes it's like, did you say anything? But they're not afraid to talk.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. Could be the other way.
Well, you had to deal with the Vest Man for however many years, where it was like you were just trying to pry information.
Again,
out of him.
Vestman, I really enjoyed Monty for in terms of just getting to know him and chatting with him a little bit. He was always very kind to me. I actually bumped into him because he works for the Clippers now, but he still lives in the area.
Okay.
And when the Kings played the Clippers in Sacramento the first time, he was there courtside with his kids. And he came by to say hi and walked up to him, said hi to him. And he's let his beard grow out. He's just very much enjoying the I'm not a GM life anymore.
I bet.
He's such a really, really nice dude. But yeah, you'd put him in front of a camera and start asking him questions, and he would talk for an hour, and you'd have no clue, nothing to take away from it.
I'll pass on that.
The work from home lifestyle is nice for Monty McNair. Anyways, we haven't talked about the play-in games yesterday, but like that Heat Hornets game was awesome.
Oh, it was good.
Was.
We
I mean,
got
really,
plenty.
Both games were good.
We got plenty to get to later.
But the only thing anyone wants to talk about is LaMelo Ball tripping Bam Adebayo and injuring his back, which knocked him out of the game.
We need a villain.
LaMelo's too dumb to be a villain.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry. It's not my... Whitey's the one who says he's an idiot.
Yikes.
Yeah, LaMelo, it's not going to work. Anyway, should LaMelo have been ejected? Should he have been fouled? Nothing was called.
Yeah.
So what should have happened?
When I watched the play in the moment, I was like, okay, whatever. It just got tangled up. It's a hard foul. It's a bummer. But watching it back and like it's the case of like Draymond Green as well. Like when it's certain people, that plays a factor.
Yeah.
And LaMelo just has a tendency to just do what Eric Spoelstra basically called just stupid stuff. And in this stupid situation, knocked out the best player on the opposing team.
Yeah, and then it changed the trajectory of the rest of the game.
He did clearly trip Bam. Now, LaMelo claimed after the game that I got hit in the head and I didn't see what was going on.
Essentially said he blacked out. In a way.
Yeah. Did I see a moment of where he looked at Bam's ankle and went, yep, like the same way that Draymond looked down at Domas and then stomped on him? Like, no, you don't see that moment of like, I'm going to do this. But it's very clear that he sweeps the dude's ankle and hurts him. So, yes, there should have been some sort, whether it's a flagrant or something for LaMelo there.
I do truly believe when I heard LaMelo talk about what happened, he did sound sincere. I will say that. I don't think he meant to, but the game's the game. That should have been at least a flagrant foul. I don't think he should have been ejected.
I agree.
I do think it should have been a flagrant foul. That is the game. Unfortunately, it was not seen or it was not called. And, I don't agree with that. This is a play-in game. Like, it's one of the best players on your team. So, yeah, I do think there should have been a flagrant foul.
The vast majority of flagrant 1 fouls are unintentional, but it doesn't matter. It's to ultimately prevent egregious plays. Now, flagrant 2 is when it gets like you intended to punch me in the face or something like that. But how many times do we see Kings players this season get called for a flagrant foul because they went up for a layup and elbowed a dude in the chin? Like, that's a flagrant foul because while you're not intending to hit him in the chin, you got to protect players. You can't be doing that. Keep your arms down, right? Like, that's a situation like this. Whether you meant to do it or not, you tripped Bam. It hurt him.
Yep.
I know it's just one free throw in the basketball, but at least it's something.
Right.
I think he should have been ejected from the game, and the only reason is that by keeping him in the game, he hit the game-winning shot for the Hornets that ruined play-in Davion Mitchell from dropping a 30-piece on the Hornets to carry the Miami Heat.
We'll talk about Davion.
I'm so sad that Davion didn't get his moment.
We will talk about Davion later today.
Next question.
All right, next question. Alexander Ovechkin. He played his last game of the regular season, I believe, last night. Are the Capitals in the playoffs?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't. If the Sharks aren't, I'm out.
Maybe it was his last game ever, but he was being interviewed on ESPN. He had a little bit of a cheeky answer when asked about retirement.
I know you said health is going to be a factor in your decision of whether you come back next year at the game 82. How's the body feeling right now?
feels good, pretty good, obviously. But how was me and you talked about it yesterday, and it's going to be not an easy decision. Sometimes you win and sometimes you're not. So we'll think.
And whenever you do step away, what do you think you're going to miss most?
I didn't step away yet, so we'll figure it out. You tell me.
Boy, dude, you're going to miss it all.
That was his former
funny.
teammate, TJ Oshie, that was
yeah.
interviewing him. By the way, the Capitals didn't make the play.
Yeah, I just checked that.
So you're asking us, do we think he's going to...
Is this it? Is this his last
Is he
game?
done?
No.
I don't think so either.
Ovi's not done.
I don't think so either.
Ovi has played 21 seasons. He's only missed about 78 games in his entire career.
Keep
which
going.
Is insanity.
Keep going.
I think that he is at least got one more year left in him. He just got like that grit, that personality that I don't think he's going to give it up quite yet.
I'm with you. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Okay.
I think he's stubborn in the best way.
Yeah. I mean, he's Russian, right? So like that's I'm sorry, like the personality, like the stern, like I'm not doing it. I'm not giving up.
Yeah.
Okay,
He is.
So I had a very funny experience with this because I haven't watched hockey like intently for the last few years. But the years that I was really into hockey was when I was younger and the Capitals were like winning Stanley Cups and stuff.
Yeah.
And they haven't been very good for the last few years. So like they haven't gone to deep in the playoffs or anything. I saw that clip of him and I was like, Jesus, he looks old.
Oh yeah, he's got the gray hair, the salt and pepper.
But he's cooking.
But like being a hockey player specifically and being old is a different type of
I'm not
old.
gonna lie, every time I see him get hit, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, Yager played till he was like 40-something too.
Well, but then he went and played in other leagues until he was 50.
Some of these guys are nuts, though.
I don't know. My brother played for part of his life, and it was like his body was ruined. So I can't
But like
imagine
a hockey player aging is aging different.
It
Like
is.
Tom Brady played 3 years longer than Ovechkin is now, and Ovechkin looks 28 years older than Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's hockey, baby.
Do we have time for one more? Or are we over?
We do. I want to do
Okay.
this one that Kayla's had for a couple days. Airlines should not serve drinks if a flight is an hour or less.
Let me give some context real quick.
Okay.
Flew to LA. It's about an hour flight.
Yeah.
Okay. Get down there. They take our order. Just drinks. They give you the snacks.
Yep.
Never got him. Oh, we apologize. We just didn't have the time. We apologize. Hopefully on our next flight, we'll get you whatever. On the way back, took our orders. Oh, we apologize. Sorry, we didn't have enough time. Okay. All right. Southwest in particular, I love you for the most part. But, okay, just give up giving drinks if you're an hour or less flight. Just give it up.
Did first class
Do not
get there?
waste people. There's no first class.
Well,
in
the
Southwest.
the closest class, the comfy
There's-
chairs in the first like
there's
3
not.
rows.
Not in Southwest.
In Southwest, yeah, you get like there's bigger, comfier seats in the first few rows.
Not really, but yeah, I guess.
But they still look at you smug when you get on the plane.
Yeah, and you have to put your bags like above. You can't put anything underneath when you're in that like first row. and
Yeah.
stuff. But yeah, I was like, okay, let's just not waste anyone's time. The lady next to me turned over. She goes, "Did they not give us our drinks?" I go, "Yeah, I'm used to it by now."
After 2 flights,
Yeah,
you're used to it.
Exactly.
I mean, I flew to LA and back in November going to Disneyland with my kid.
What?
I got on Southwest. I got my drinks both times. Just saying.
Are you sure it wasn't a little over an hour?
Why would it be any? It's the same distance, isn't it?
Well,
Unless the wind was the gusts.
I flew to Burbank. LAX is a little.
No, we flew to either Long Beach.
Oh yeah, that's a
or
further flight.
Orange County.
Yeah, that's a further.
By
flight.
a freaking
Still-
couple
Oh, I
minutes.
flew into
I
Long
said,
Beach.
I said an hour or less.
Oh my God, you're
Alright?
gatekeeping.
That's right.
If it's LAX, it's okay. If
Right.
it's Long Beach, a whole whopping 3 minutes
Exactly.
later, nope.
Okay,
And
so
Rust Dog, you're right. Just give us a bottled water and call it a day if it's less than an hour flight.
okay, let me break this for you because as someone who makes the Southwest flight from Sacramento to San Diego about 6 times a year, basically, that's where all my family is. Hour and 15-minute flight. They will serve drinks.
Yeah.
You got your snacks though, right?
Well, yeah, that's
well, it
easy.
depends.
You just throw the bags of graham crackers or pretzels at you.
I'm also not the best person too because I sleep on planes. So like sometimes I sleep through the drink order, and then it's like, oh, okay,
Oh,
well
yeah.
we're gonna land in 20 minutes.
In another world, Kayla Anderson is a flight attendant who actually should have been TSA.
Oh, no.
Sit down, shut up, put your seatbelt on. Here are your nuts.
These.
Jeez, come on. Joke writes themselves. Kayla as a flight attendant would be funny as hell.
I would be.
You'd talk back so quick.
Oh, it'd be real fast.
I'm sorry. I didn't want ice with my Sprite.
Take the ice and shove it.
Didn't you used to work in restaurants though? Like you have a customer service voice too.
No, Kayla would do, the pre-flight thing that nobody pays attention to, which I'm always like, I'm twofold with that. I'm always like, I feel like I need to pay attention because you're performing essentially.
I do pay attention sometimes
Plus,
just to give them credit.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, I want to give you at least my attention.
Give me some eye
Also,
contact.
if something ever happens and 90% of the plane goes, what do we do?
Exactly.
It's because you didn't pay any attention.
Right. Give them respect.
But Kayla, you'd be the person that would be like staring at the person that's not looking at you. Be like,
I'd
hey,
be like, sir, eyes up here.
Laptops
Eyes
closed,
up here.
seat tray tables up, dingus. Idiot.
Well, she wouldn't use those words.
Go fly Delta next time. I need Kayla. Kayla Anderson is a...
Great flight.
You know how Mike Rowe, because we hear him on our commercials every once in a while. You know how he did dirty jobs?
Yeah.
I'm Mike Rowe.
Yeah, we just need Kayla Anderson to do angry jobs, where she does every job, but she's just angry.
That'd be fun.
Just send Kayla to do, like, she's working at PetSmart and just screaming at people, don't touch the bird cage!
Or I'm shoveling up poop at a farm or something.
Well, that's dirty jobs.
I mean, you could be angry shoveling poop.
That's
I can speak for personal experience because my cousin, I grew up on a ranch, so I'd have to help them. Oh, I was very angry shoveling poop every time I went.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
I'd
when
have to have a mask.
you have a ranch and you have animals, you have to feed them before you feed yourselves. It's like the rule of being a good owner. So I'm hungry as hell at 6 a.m. shoveling goat crap.
Exactly.
Giving them grains.
I didn't know you had worked on a ranch.
Well, when I slept over at my cousin's house, we had to help. I enjoyed the ranch. It was
We
fun.
should go out to the ranch one day.
Well, they moved. They gone.
Oh, okay.
She's in North Carolina now. No, South Carolina now. She said, I'm out of here.
I'm out.
I'm out. Anyway, we'll take the break. When we come back, it is lunch break time. Chris Watkins set to join us. He was at all of the exit interviews, and I see him in the window. Here he comes. Chris Watkins on the way. Coming up next, it's Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Bedroom Collection sale is on at Scandinavian Designs. For a limited time, shop dreamy deals on all bedroom furniture, including beds, dressers, nightstands, and more. This is your chance to splurge on a new piece or upgrade your entire sleep space with a fresh, modern look. Stop by one of our local showrooms or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com. Scandinavian Designs. We make it simple. You make it home.
Your business moves fast. Your bank should keep up. At Valley Strong Credit Union, business banking is built for momentum with tools that help you manage cash flow, streamline payments, and fuel growth. Right now, there's never been a better time to switch. Open a new Valley Strong business account and get 3 months of business banking products and services free, up to $750 in value to power your next big move. Because when your business runs stronger, the whole Valley does too. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your business, grow your future at valleystrong.com/business.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
At Big O, our ProTech Plus warranty offers free flat repairs, replacements, and roadside assistance. So tire trouble is no trouble at all. Now through May 5th, get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Hankook, or selected Pirelli brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, get an extra $50 in rebates when using your Big O Tires and Service credit card. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra where permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
Buying golf gear is easy. Buying the right golf gear, well, that's different. At Hagen Oaks, they don't just sell equipment, they fit your entire game. With TrackMan technology in the Player Performance Studio, your clubs are matched to your swing. Ping's Ballnamic Fitting helps you find the golf ball that performs best for you. Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio dials in your stroke, and FootJoy's 3D foot scanner finds correct shoe size for your feet. It's a smarter way to play better golf. Total Game Fitting at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. It's time for the lunch break. Your calls, your thoughts, your segment. Call or text us at 916-339-1140. It's the lunch break on Matt and Kayla.
Chris Watkins bringing the heat already. He talked about wow and just blew my eardrums out with the volume. Thank you, brother.
Holy you couldn't hear yourself.
Well, I couldn't for a second, and then I heard
wow.
I heard everything.
Wow.
Chris brought heat already because he talked. What he said is absolutely right. You know that restaurant Dick's in Vegas where the waitresses and waiters are paid just to be mean to you?
Just rude.
Oh, Kayla would be phenomenal at that restaurant.
Incredible.
That'd be
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
I think the more creative you can get with how insulting you can get as well. I think the higher up the.
Can we swear?
Yes. Of course.
Okay, great.
Have you seen?
I think so.
Have you seen the English,
I believe so.
The English
it's
version
in the
of
name.
it. So in England they have Karen's Diner.
Yes,
and
right.
all the
For real?
they're all waitresses. So they're all waitresses and they're all mean as hell to you. And then but the kitchen is open so you can interact with the chefs and the chefs are just
that's
terrible
cool.
to you. It's
I gotta
great.
go check one of these out.
Karen's Diner in England.
Of course.
Isn't the food over there already bad enough? I don't know if I
Yes.
want to upset the
It's
people
not
cooking.
good, Chris.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to upset the people cooking the food.
There's one in Chicago,
don't
too. They do like a hot dog stand where they're rude to you.
Yeah.
Huh.
Kayla would
I
be
could
really
do that.
good. Kayla would be really good at that
Maybe
job.
we can get me doing that
Yeah,
for a day.
that would definitely be my problem
Aren't
with the
we going to
hospitality
Vegas,
industry.
maybe?
Yeah, I would say there's a
There's-
more than likely chance.
There's a
Yeah.
content opportunity there.
I think we could.
What
Oh yeah,
if
for
I
sure.
Fought back.
Oh no, I think they'd encourage
I think
it.
I think that's I think
Okay.
I think as long as
wouldn't
you
be
understand that
embarrassed
that's
at me.
opening Pandora's box,
That's
then
very
yeah,
true.
because I was like, you
Yeah.
know, those are technically professionals, and
It's
if you're
like,
gonna
listen,
step into their
I've been in the
dojo,
TV business and radio my whole life. I've been told and called many, many names. You ain't gonna phase me.
No,
they'll
but
try.
because
That sounds like a test.
Because if you mess
That
with
sounds like a
one,
real
they're
test.
all going. They're all going.
Exactly.
They're
Exactly.
all
But
going.
then
Get
you're
you.
all gonna back me.
Ha!
Overconfident Kayla, a
I'm gonna
staple.
I'm gonna enjoy the show while I eat. I'm gonna say yes, ma'am, sorry, ma'am, to them, and then watch you just go at them.
Yeah.
There's a 50% chance something will be thrown.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
for
a-
sure. I mean,
maybe
she's already talking about
Sure.
throwing bread rolls and
Yeah.
you know stuff like that. So
Someone who's won roast battles before. I got you, Kayla. It's just going to be
Hey,
me and you
Kyle.
against the world.
Let's go.
y'all got it.
Yeah,
I will film. I guess that'll be
yes.
my.
You-
Yeah, I was
you
like,
film-
I'll just make sure it's all captured.
You
That'll-
film-
that's what my
That's a
key
perfect
responsibility.
You film, I will laugh.
Matt will just laugh.
What?
Or hide under the table.
Somehow Matt's gonna. It's all gonna
Get
turn to him.
involved.
Oh,
I
yeah,
already
for
know.
sure.
Like at some point, everybody
sure.
is just going to agree. You know, why are we? What are we doing here when we can just all fire at this
I'll
guy?
tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to be going back and forth, and it's going to be getting mean, and I'll chime in and be like, hey, where's the bathroom?
guys,
and then everyone, including you, will all turn and just...
It's over there, Dumbledore.
There you go.
Oh, I could not show my
No.
tattoo
Oh
at that
my
restaurant.
goodness, no.
Re-
No.
Tattoo has to be covered at that restaurant, or I'm getting ruined. Hey,
Hey.
you were just in the Golden One Center.
Speaking of getting ruined, no, I don't know. That was not a good transition. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Grand segue.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Chris,
Thank
so you were there for Doug Christie and
Yep.
Scott Perry today. You were there
Yeah.
damn near all day Monday for the endless cycle of Kings players on Monday. let's start with today.
Okay.
Lots of stuff from Doug and Scott. We've talked through what stood out to us. You being in the room, you get to pick up on different nuances, anything like that. Is there anything that stood out to you, whether it was a question, an answer, anything in particular that stood out to you today with anything that Scott or Doug said?
I don't know if it's necessarily new, but definitely the tagline, which I would definitely assume you guys talked about, them really excuse, reason, whatever, but like them talking about the injuries and the fact that that being a big reason. And I was going to say that being a big reason why things didn't go well this year, and I don't even know if they ever fully said it, but they also just heavily inferred it. But then when asked, you guys had Jeremiah on a couple of weeks ago. Jeremiah, I think, directly asked Scott Perry, like, I don't know. It just, in general, it just felt to me like they were leaning on the excuse of, and again, I don't even, it feels weird calling it an excuse, but that's how they used it. They used it as an excuse of that was the reason why things didn't go well this year was because of injuries. And what I was going to say was Jeremiah directly pointed out, like, it didn't really go well when those guys did play. And so what attributed to that, and Scott kind of said, well, I'm not going to deal in hypotheticals of, if I don't even really know what the hypothetical in that situation would be, but it just didn't really ever feel like they fully addressed the guys who did play. Sabonis did play 19 games. Yes, again, they will then say, well, he never played any of those 19 with Keegan Murray.
Yep.
But
but you've had years of context of the two of them
exactly.
playing
In those 19 games, it wasn't as if there was two different teams, a team with Domantas Sabonis that clearly stood a chance, and then a team without Domantas Sabonis that was the team we saw all year. Like, when Sabonis was playing, the team still wasn't playing well, and I think that's the thing that was skirted around. And I get why from a total messaging, if you're going to try and encapsulate the full season, a lot easier to just encapsulate it by saying, like, injuries plagued us all year. And that's the reason, amongst other reasons, why it didn't go well. But I guess, just the lack of, I won't even say lack of acknowledgement, but the fact that was said, I think, multiple times, that definitely stood out. And again, I wouldn't even say it's new. I wouldn't even say that we didn't expect that to be the case, but it felt like it was definitely something that they collectively, as an organization, probably in the exit interviews, all pointed to as why things went well. And I don't know if that's necessarily 100% a fair representation of what happened.
They did align on, obviously, what happened at the end of the season with the youth and obviously maybe finding some momentum with some of the guys that, I guess, adapted to what Doug was trying to teach. What did you take from that part of it? And maybe, hey, as long as we get the right pieces in here moving forward, we can start to build. That
is the other thing that I was trying to, I guess that is the other thing for sure that stuck out to me, is that going into next year, that is the biggest positive to me for Doug Christie coming back, is that there is not new buy-in that the entire team has to collectively buy into. Like, everybody, there might be a couple people who didn't fully buy into Doug Christie's system, but I think by the end of the year, it was very clear that the guys who were on the floor were all pulling in the same direction, all believed in the same message, and that's something Doug kind of mentioned a lot today as well, is just everyone has to be bought in, and everyone has to understand what we're trying to accomplish, who we're trying to be. And as long as that's the case, wins and losses, who knows where it's going to be, but at least by this time next year, we want to, and I think Scott said this as well, we want to have the actual answer to the identity question. And that, again, I guess can again spiral into like something else that stuck out, is just this year, gap year, I guess, is
evaluation year, according to Scott.
I just don't know what to do with how they treated this season then, because with it, now that we're done, we can push it away and say, like, oh yeah, like that season was crazy, but being in it and going through it, the fact that it wasn't like they just kind of stumbled into this situation, I think is the part that I don't know. I don't know. It's just very, very strange to me. The entire vibe of everything, of how they're going to remember and treat this year, just as if I don't know if it didn't happen, but we're essentially just going to move forward into next year and use this as an evaluation year, as a growing year collectively. And whatever, if you made any mistakes, essentially we're just not, it's not that we're not going to acknowledge it, but results didn't matter. That is the one thing, I guess, in hindsight, if I had to, raise my hand and ask a question, it would have been like, okay, so Doug clearly said, Christie asked him, what would you grade yourself?
Right,
Doug said, I wouldn't, honestly, I can't grade myself well because results speak for themselves.
He even used the word failure.
Yeah.
Oh, so if we're going to use that, I guess the question would be, okay, Scott, if even Doug is acknowledging this season was a failure, what was it that made you bring him back? And I'm assuming his answer would be much like he said with draft prospects. It's not just about the talent, it's about the person, and it's 1-1. And so if Doug's, for lack of a better term, we'll say if Doug's coaching talent might not be there, maybe Scott just really believes in Doug the person enough. But that's the one thing that I just can't really get over, and it doesn't feel like we got an answer to, is just like, okay, so what just happened, and like what are we really doing about it, and where's the I guess accountability, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, I can tell by some of the instant reaction that I think there's a fear or a nervousness amongst the fans that the bringing up of the injuries plus the financial situation equals this team is potentially running it back, for lack of a better term. Not exactly. Yeah, there's Alan Stiles coming in. But like, is anything going to be different?
You hear that
next
coming?
year?
No, you don't, because it's electric. Sorry.
Chris Watkins, Alan Stiles.
Sorry,
Chris worked with Alan.
Really
spent a lot of time.
He worked with Alan too long, so now he can just become Alan, and it scares me every time.
It makes me really happy.
So I get that fear of like, they're not going to run it. They won't waste our time again doing this. Are they really going to do this again? Right. But then Scott had his pretty pointed comments about the financial situation. He said, my philosophy is never to be a team going into the luxury tax unless we're ready to compete for a championship. The Kings are projected to be like $24 million into the luxury tax, and even over the second apron by a few $1 million. So I think I want to put my hope in that's Scott saying, yeah, we're going to shed some salary here. We have to shed some salary here. I have no clue how he freaking does it, but I'd like to believe that carries more weight about them not running it back versus the injury excuse gives them the green light to run it back.
Yeah, I guess we really didn't get any clarity on that. The only thing that he said, and I think it was Deuce again who asked him, how do you plan on getting younger? And his answer was pretty much just like, we have 3 draft picks, and that's it. And I think I kind of took that as, and it makes sense. I mean, we are quite literally like the week after the season ends for them. Like, I don't know how much planning they've really done in terms of really having a strategic plan of how they're going to attack the offseason. I'm sure they have some guys that they definitely have circled and some ideas that they have circled on how they want to approach it. But I don't know if they even know realistically what is going to pan out. I mean, I would even point to Zach LaVine's exit interview where when asked about his future, he says, and I don't know why, but he's like, we got to watch, me and my representatives have to watch the playoffs and see how it shakes out, and who knows what happens. And I think if Zach LaVine is thinking that way, I think Scott Perry to an extent has to as well, where, we think Zach LaVine is going to opt into his contract, but who knows? Like, Zach LaVine can do them tons of favors by just opting out and getting that money off the books this year. DeMar DeRozan, we know about his contract salary structure and how that can be, $10 million or $24 million or no dollars to the Kings budget, if depending on when they get rid of him. So to me, it feels like a long-winded way of saying they aren't, in my opinion, the Kings front office isn't very much in a position of power when trying to determine where their salary cap is going to be at the start of next season. Zach LaVine, again, I will point to his exit interview. When I don't know if he realized in that moment how much power he had, or if it was just this is my first time kind of being able to puff my chest out about it. But he literally was like,
I got a ton of power.
I do have a ton of power.
Yeah.
I do have a ton of power. And I don't know. It just to me, very much spoke to. I don't know if he's truly. It'd be tough to turn down. What is it, $50 million or whatever that he has? It's something insane like that. It'd be crazy for him to turn that down. But and I understand maybe he's just playing the media game. But I
don't think I make too much.
I think that is definitely. It's something that they're gonna have to think about in terms of. How much power do the Kings actually have in terms of addressing their salary cap?
What did you make of, if anything? Because I think when Doug answered the question about biggest need, I immediately was thinking draft when he mentioned point guard, but he kind of went off on a tangent while Perry went the opposite direction. And he's like, we're just looking for the best talent.
Yeah. Very much so. Yeah. I think I would say that maybe that's an example of why coaches and GMs can't be the same person because, Doc Rivers is a famous example of someone who had that coach GM power. Tom Thibodeau in New York had that power. I believe also in Minnesota had that power. And it's the vision of what we need today versus what we need 3 to 5 years from now. And I think that's an exact perfect. You can put them right next to each other. And that's just the difference of the roles is Doug is talking about literally what helps us win more basketball games tomorrow. What is wrong with the core of this team right now? Why can't we function how we see other teams function? And Doug will say, well, we need a point guard because he can, by getting a good point guard, it'll help everybody else in the flow of everything, rising tides lifts all boats kind of mentality. And I think Scott is more thinking, well, sure, a point guard's great for if we just want to get this thing going and more functional. But if I'm thinking about how I can just make this entire thing go nuclear, it's by getting the best player available. And so, yeah, we do need a point guard, but what we also really need is like a really good generational player. And I'm not going to overlook, some positional need for somebody who can maybe make all of our lives and all of our jobs a whole lot better and a whole lot safer by taking him. And so I think that's just maybe an example of those guys. Yes, they understand they're all trying to make the team better, but in terms of priority and what immediately needs to be done, like that is a perfect case of like why those two jobs should be separate. Sure. And of course they need to communicate, but at the same time, like the GM has to have the focus of the grand picture of everything. And coaches can get bogged down in just trying to survive the day. And Doug Christie especially is probably thinking like, how can I just make this team? Right. Like I might not get another opportunity at this. I might not even get half of a season of opportunity at this. How do I get this thing so that my job is no longer on the hot seat? And I think Doug's answer is give me a point guard. And I think that this thing can at least get me breathing above water here for a second.
We should have put together a Kings exit interview bingo because we had some of the Scott Perry isms of him talking about.
We didn't get the pillars today.
We did not get
pillars.
We
got 0 pillars today.
We got volunteers over hostages.
We did.
Yeah.
We got the difference of opinion but unity in vision or whatever.
Prudent and opportunistic.
Prudent opportunistic.
I didn't hear that one. We got that?
Yeah, I don't think
we got prudent.
Oh, okay.
As I'm cutting through it, I don't know if we had both of them in succession, but we had prudent and opportunistic separate from each other.
But the one that would have been the big bonus, so like that middle square.
The sub-bonus.
We got the 94 feet again.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Doug did.
Oh,
The board didn't like it.
I liked it. The board didn't like it.
But then Doug brought up the 94 feet again.
He did, yeah.
I think that like awoke something dark and terrible in Kings fans' minds.
Said somebody voluntarily brought it up.
Who do you think it was?
I was trying to think of that too.
People are speculating Devin Carter.
I don't.
It makes sense. I feel
like it's a young guy.
I don't.
It is a young guy.
Yes, I think that we can all agree.
Can you
on
imagine
that.
if it was Zach LaVine? Zach like, we're gonna do 94 feet again.
Russ brought it up.
Russ.
The guys, we're doing 94 feet because I don't want to. I'm doing 0.
I'm guessing Russ's exit interview with the actual coaches probably was like 3 minutes long.
Probably.
Hey, thank you, appreciate it. I got a flight to catch.
Yep.
They know what you ate for breakfast.
According to, I guess, these exit interviews today, Precious Achiuwa and Russell Westbrook coming back, right? Because
that's right.
He did say, I mean, he was directly asked, Russell Westbrook, how do you feel about Russ said, if you'll welcome him back, he'll be back. And Scott Perry said, he's welcome back whenever he wants.
He's like, I'll work with Russ whenever.
Sounds like Russell would want to, everything I know about Russ. And then Precious pretty much said the same exact thing. He said, well, you guys heard the other day how Precious feels. Precious said he wants to stay.
We'll try
I want Precious here.
I believe the quote was, I hope to continue doing business with him.
Yeah.
And
that's just, that to me, I'm more just saying, as long as, I think the Kings will offer them, both of them, if I had to assume, the minimum. And if they want more than the minimum, then business is business. But I think they will. That at least tells me that both of those guys who were not employed at the end of training camp, if I had to assume, will have a contract offer from the Kings.
I don't think
it's just a complete assumption.
I don't think Precious is coming back because I think Precious is going to get
money
money somewhere.
Yeah.
Russ, I don't know. We'll see if there's interest in him around the league.
I doubt it.
But I guess we shall see.
There is not going to be, I promise you.
We'll see when that plays out. One of the many things to play out this summer. What did you make of Doug talked about like the last 15 games of the season, talked about going 6-9 over those 15 games, and basically said what I said on the show last week, which is like we were playing more to the standard. We were playing better basketball. We showed that like signs of that finally towards the end of the season when primarily it was the young guys playing. Now, while Russ and DeMar were shut down for at least a chunk of those final few games, it's not the same as like Domas and Zach were not a part of it at all. Russ and DeMar played a massive part in where the Kings were at the end of the season, but Doug very clearly said there, like, we were finally starting to get where we were trying to get to there at the end of the season.
What exactly is your question?
Yeah, just like what did you make of Doug's breakdown of those final games and the amount of, I guess, optimism or momentum that he's taking from those games into the offseason as the bright spot of the year?
I would probably say that what I kind of read into it and what I feel like maybe I'm reading too much into the tea leaves, but I feel like there wasn't a lot of Doug buy-in from the vets at the first half of the year. And I don't know. And it feels like it wasn't until the young guys came in and started to listen to the coach and there was proof of concept that then things kind of started to fall into place. And then by the end of the season, when it was a majority of young guys and Doug McDermott and, I guess you can keep Daquan Plowden and the young guys too. Like when it's just the guys who are essentially, I'll listen to coach because I want playing time and beggars can't be choosers. And even if I don't agree or think that we can do better doing something else, at the end of the day, like this is my ticket to get minutes over some of these guys. So I think, I don't know. Yeah, to me, I feel like Doug, now that he has, again, some proof of concept, some post-All-Star success, I feel like it made me personally feel better about Doug going into next season. And I would assume that he gained a lot of respect from, and I'm not even saying that there was no respect from the veterans in the locker room, but I just think naturally when you're not sure if this guy's even going to be here by the end of the year or if he's going to be here for you next year or if all that stuff, and you've been in the league 15, 10, 8 to 4 years even. Like I think that you have a little bit of entitlement of, I'm going to be here long after this guy's gone anyway. And so a long way of saying, I think Doug really points to those 15 games to say, here is my proof that if you just listen to me, we can be better than the worst team in the NBA. And just ride with me essentially. And yes, I'm a rookie. And I think Doug even has taken some time to kind of acknowledge like today when talking about things he can get better, the communication part of things, it seemed to me like that might've been some of the fault that he found with the veterans is that maybe some expectations he just thought were implied or assumed that weren't fully vocalized. I don't know. To me, it just feels like there was a lot of learning that happened throughout the year, and there might have, and I would say justifiably so, might have not been some grace that was given. And I think by the end of the year, I think everybody kind of came together and realized like this doesn't have to be this bad, and there's actually some proof of concept here. Like I think I think by the end of the year, what I'm saying is I think Doug won a lot of people over, and I feel like that picture is coming more clear the more that I hear the guys talk. Not even necessarily, talking to media people or anything. Like this is just from the press conferences that I've heard and a lot of the exit interviews. It just seems to me like there was a lot of miscommunication in the first half of the year, and Doug did a lot of growing, and a lot of the players acknowledged that Doug grew a lot throughout the season. Which is expected when somebody literally had never done a job and then has trial by fire for, 400 straight days.
Right.
Like, I think that's pretty anticipated.
I think Malik Monk even said something along the lines of that because he was like, yeah, Doug just really grew, and it's especially coming to us directly as players. So that's right on with what you were saying, and something I remember Malik Monk saying. When it comes to the rookies, who stood out to you in terms of, kind of what they looked back on and maybe had the most meaningful things to say out of those rookies? Because obviously all of them had their ways of how they contributed this season.
Yeah, and it's really funny because all three have, I'm laughing because all three have such incredibly different communication styles.
I know.
Max Reynaud's exit interviews went longer than anybody else.
It was crazy.
Because that dude talks. He just talks and talks and talks. And like not necessarily in a bad way, but like he just has a lot of thoughts. And obviously like we can do the cliche, like went to Stanford thing, like clearly very smart, very well educated, like very well spoken, all these things. But like he just like, he just has a ton of information, has a lot of relationships, has a lot of thoughts. I think he asked a lot of good questions. He's very like vocal, communicative.
Communicative.
Thank you. God, thank you, both you broadcast people on the floor as well. And I think like that definitely translates in his post games. And Dylan is just so passionate and very like Dylan was I think he was the shortest of all three of them, but Dylan had just like everything he said was a soundbite. It was all like incredible, incredibly passionate, incredibly honest, real. And then Neek, was just like chill, relaxed, very easygoing,
He's
very
so
natural, very reflective. And everything I said about Max too, honestly, like he's very articulate, very like thoughtful, very like measured in what he says. And I think that it kind of honestly, I don't remember the root of your question, but like,
well, you kind of answered it.
Yeah,
because they're also different.
Yes.
And I think like that's actually a cool thing to take from that is that they're all impactful in a way, and hopefully that can grow next season, but they're also incredibly different too.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think, it really sticks out, from their personality, but I definitely think it translates into their games that they're like, they all impact the game in three incredibly different ways. I've seen stats that Neek led the NBA in steals post All-Star break, which is insane. Didn't hear anybody talk about that. Obviously, Maxime Reynaud, Max, when he was standing for himself, which he was asked to do for, was campaigning for his Rookie of the Year or first team All-Rookie campaign and was pretty much saying like, I think I'm the only rookie who, started the season with some roadblocks, but like had an upward trajectory the whole year and then eventually got the Rookie of the Month and, 17 and 10 a game. Like the entire season was just incremental growth, not really taking a step back, just all incremental growth. And Dylan is like, I just think that all three have independently bright futures regardless of whether they're here or not. But I think it's very interesting. And Doug Christie definitely pointed it out. Like it's really impressive that Scott was able to have such a clear vision of what it is he wanted to bring in and then be able to align that with good player, good person, and not to just throw a random shot. But like, point. I will say like you can have great people that aren't necessarily like Justin Jackson, salt of the earth. Like that dude really was dude. Like one of the greatest humans to step in the NBA, but he wasn't a great basketball player. And the Kings drafted him 25th overall. Like you can bring in as many good guys as you want, but if you can't produce at the end of the day, you're going to be out of the league. Dylan Cardwell, upstanding guy, undrafted. Yep. He's going to be an impact player for a long time. Maxime, everything that's been said about Max, picked 42. He's going to be in the NBA for a long time. Neek is probably funny enough the one that in terms of longevity, like I don't know necessarily because it's such a guard-heavy league where he fits, but again, like with the defense that he brings, incredibly versatile and somebody who you would imagine can be on just about any rotation in the NBA. Even if we're talking, 7th, 8th, 9th guy in the NBA, I just think that all three are going to be good contributors at a high level.
Well, get some rest. You've been hustling over the last couple
of
days.
Right?
We appreciate you.
We got A's baseball.
That's true. We do have A's baseball to check out as well.
We're going to win last night.
We'll take the break. Chris, thanks for stopping by after all the hustle that you've been doing. We'll come back with some football talk, some Niners self-inflicted injuries. We'll touch on that, plus Kayla's 2-minute drill to wrap up this third hour of the show. AC, I see you on. He's gone. AC, I saw you, and now you are gone. So call back if you want to. You're listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
A's fans, the 2026 season is here, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season, packed with theme days, giveaways, and fireworks nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
Is the crew on their way so we can fire up the grill?
Cabrito, arrachera. They're gonna love it.
Better go with birria and carne en su jugo. Classic Jalisco dishes with tradition.
That seasoning is great, but northern Mexican-style meat speaks for itself. Let's make both.
Deal. And to boost the flavor, ice-cold Pepsi. Its sweetness pairs perfectly.
And to go with it, flour tortillas.
And corn ones too. Hey, carne asada deserves Pepsi.
Spring is here, and warmer days are right around the corner. Before the heat hits, call Brower Mechanical. Right now, when you purchase a new high-efficiency AC system, you can choose a water heater or a whole house fan for just $1. Or get your AC professionally tuned up for just $89. Don't wait until your system breaks down during the heat. Brower Mechanical, where quality meets comfort. 916-352-3113. Residential and commercial HVAC sales and service. License number 1081055.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Sacramento Electronic Supply Company, on the eve of America's 250th anniversary, this July 4th, salutes our greatest heroes, the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, who have dedicated and sacrificed to protect our nation through their courage and valor. This message, courtesy of Sacramento Electronic Supply Company, located at 114270 Sunrise Gold Circle in Rancho Cordova, serving Sacramento over 80 years. Distributors of datacom, telecom security products, and industrial electronic parts and components.
When life calls for a little extra, a kitchen upgrade, paying off debt, or that dream vacation, Valley Strong Credit Union is here to help. With a Valley Strong home equity loan, you can tap into your home's value with competitive rates, flexible terms, and local guidance you can trust. Get approved in as little as 5 minutes, with funding in as few as 5 days. Your goals are within reach. Visit valleystrong.com to get your offer today. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your possibilities. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 456506.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
Big thank you to Chris Watkins for joining us.
He's
fresh.
Gotta be exhausted.
I know. Those are long days. Let me tell you,
Yeah.
exit interview days are long days. You think it's just us sitting there talking to these guys.
No, it's not.
Oh, there's a lot.
You're telling me, buddy.
Yeah. Kyle's been hustling with all the clip cutting as well. We appreciate everybody for all the hard work being done behind the scenes. Let's switch gears, though, to a little bit of football, Kayla. You came across this yesterday, shared it with us, and I loved it. I think it is very fun, juicy conversation when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers. So I will toss it to you. An anonymous NFL executive took a bit of a shot at the San Francisco 49ers for something that they are doing to themselves, a self-inflicted injury, so to say, which is appropriate wording based off of how the injury bug has bitten the Niners over the last couple of seasons.
Right, because we've spoke so much in the offseason and even at the owners' meetings. I think John Lynch addressed it directly in terms of the whole electrical substation and how they hired a individual scientist to come in and debunk that, and he called it what do you call it?
A whole nothing burger.
A nothing burger. And so clearly that wasn't the case. I know that I've heard time and time again players that are, playing for Kyle Shanahan says that, they give them vet days off. They clearly make sure that they get their time off. This has come from guys like George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, who, by the way, if you've not checked out his latest workouts in his own yard,
crawl thing,
the crouching hidden tiger, whatever,
it's like a horror movie.
It's insane. It looks like a spider.
Yeah,
that's that low to the ground.
It's pretty crazy.
Doing his workouts.
It's a bear crawl, but he looks like a spider.
Exactly, which is extremely hard to do, by the way.
By the way, if I'm remembering correctly, the anonymous grades from players.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, the Niners training staff didn't get a very good grade. It was it was one of their lower ones. It wasn't like a F, but it wasn't one of their best.
You're right. So here's what we do know. They have put a significant amount of money into the training facility.
Yes.
So we know that they're training with the highest of high things. They have the hyperbaric chambers. They have all the red light therapies. They have all that stuff. But it does look like there were some issues with the actual training that was going on at the facility. Now, they did not fire the strength and conditioning coach. That was said by John Lynch.
Mm-hmm.
They have said that they've made tweaks to the strength and conditioning program. So that is yet to be seen what those tweaks were made of. And I say this because I relate to the time that I was with Tennessee, and under Mike Vrabel, there were many issues with soft tissue injuries. And there were injuries for probably 3 years straight, where at some point it became so crazy like this that they did actually have to go in and fire the entire strength and conditioning, staff.
Yep.
Now, they haven't done that fully yet, but it does look like they've made some tweaks. But I found this interesting because this is an NFL exec, so somebody on the outside from another team, an organization, that is pretty much saying, look, their soft tissue or their injury issues in general are not just bad luck. They're not about an electrical substation. They are simply about the fact that you're signing hurt players. You're bringing back hurt players. They mentioned in this Mike Evans says directly in here, thinks that he'll miss 4 to 6 games this year alone. Dre Greenlaw, who, by the way, was not the same last year in Denver after that Achilles injury, they're bringing him back. He could probably miss 6 to 8 games this next year. And the exec goes, you're wondering again why your players are always hurt. Isn't it just for the fact that you're kind of signing these injured guys, these older guys, and re-signing them, and that's the reason.
Yeah, here's the full quote from the anonymous executive. Everyone starts talking about the substation and why are we always hurt? It's because you sign hurt players. Mike Evans is going to miss 4 to 6 games this year. Dre Greenlaw is going to miss 8. And if you're going to wonder why your players are... Wait, what the heck? Let me read that again. Mike Evans is going to miss 4 to 6 games this year. Dre Greenlaw is going to miss 8. And you are going to wonder why your players are always hurt. That's the end of the quote.
Right.
So, I get his point. Whoever he or she is, put your name on it, coward.
I think, and I go back to the whole comments that we made. Again, this is a good organization. They are ran correctly.
Yep.
Let's just make that clear. However, the whole keeping the core together does not always work. And I know that you have hope that when you bring some of these guys in and you're just betting on them at 33 to stay healthy, that's a lot of hope.
Yeah.
And at some point, the hope has to go away and it has to turn into we've got to start to get younger and realistic about what we're doing for the future of the Niners organization. Or else you're going to be in this never-ending carousel where you're never going to get out. Like, yeah, you might be mediocre or you might make it to the playoffs, but you're never going to get to that over the hump because you're going to be injured and not having most of your players most of the season. So I just think this is crucial. Like, they've already done what they've done this year. They're bringing back some older players. They signed Mike Evans, Dre Greenlaw, some of these other guys, Christian Kirk. They have got to start focusing after this season 120% on the future. They have to.
Let's explore that for a little bit, though. If the Niners had said this offseason, all right, we're going to go younger. Look at what the Rams are doing. The Seahawks are defending Super Bowl champs. We are in the toughest division in football. We're going to go younger, and we're going to start it this year. In my opinion, it depends on how well you execute it, but in my opinion, that is essentially waving the white flag of this race. It doesn't mean that the Niners would be as bad as the Arizona Cardinals are going to be, because I think this team...
It's a different organization.
Right, but I think this team, at minimum, is a 500 team, and that's with a lot of things going wrong. And that's if they had not signed Mike Evans and if they had pivoted on going younger. But then people are complaining, why the hell are the Niners bowing out of the race when they don't have to yet? I think in the Niners' mind,
I get
and
it.
I understand it, is if we only have one last swing, let's swing. And if we have to catch lightning in a bottle, so freaking be it. But we're gonna put together a team that's competitive, that's entertaining, and that's interesting in the best division in football. I admire that from the Niners, even if I understand that a lot is going to have to go right for them to make the Super Bowl, let alone win it.
But they've kind of been doing this for the past couple of years, if not past few years, in terms of like these guys have been aging year after year. Like they're about all in their 30s when you talk about the core of this team.
And then there's Brock.
Yeah, and then there's Brock, Mr.
Hello.
Irrelevant, who, let's be honest, they got really lucky with. They stepped into Brock Purdy as being their starting quarterback. I believe that it's hard when you have an organization like the San Francisco 49ers that are so well thought of, that have such a rich history, who, the other league looks at, and I can tell you this because I've spent time in other parts of the country. The league or the teams that are around the country, they do look at the Niners like one of the top, organizations. It's hard sometimes to wave that white flag.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard sometimes to say, we're going to start over in a way. Now, you don't have to completely rebuild, but that's why you got to start hitting in the draft now. And that is something John Lynch is going to be criticized and looked at very, very under a microscope, I should say, moving forward. You got to hit on these draft picks.
Yep.
They got to start meaning something. And that starts with this year's draft.
Mel Kiper did his new 2-round mock draft to where he has some names for who's going to the Niners at the 27th pick and the 58th pick. If we have time today, we'll get to that. If not, we'll save it for tomorrow when we start talking about hitting on those draft picks. But we'll take the break. When we come back, let's go around the NFL. It's Kayla's 2-minute drill, and it's up next on Sactown Sports.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton & Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
There's the hard way to buy a car, and then there's the Hoblet way. Transparent prices, fast paperwork, and a team that's there to help, not hover. We've spent 77 years refining this process so you can get in, get out, and get driving with zero drama. Car buying doesn't have to be stressful. At least, not when you do it the Hoblet way. Experience the difference at HobletDodge.com. The easy way to buy.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Russell Peters, Relax World Tour.
I go, my parents are from India. She goes, oh, India. See, I knew India. Indian people, you have a big eyes and long eyelash like a cow. Wow, 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 wow.
Saturday, April 18th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley.
Wow, 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 wow. I didn't know what to do. I just tipped her and thank you, bye-bye, and I left.
For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Russell Peters, Relax World Tour.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with N&S Tractor and Case Construction and Courtyard by Marriott Sacramento Cal Expo. More info at CITVFest.com.
It's time for the 2-minute drill. Kayla Anderson has the ball, and she's taking us around the world of football. It's Kayla's 2-minute drill on Matt and Kayla.
Hey, Kayla. Hold on. She's turning her mic on. She's all tangled up.
Also chewing on something.
Okay.
Sorry.
Kyle brought a snap peas.
I set you up for failure there. I should have.
Oh, God. I was about to just say something, and I would probably have gotten picked up there. We were just having a combo before this.
Oh, yes. We were indeed having a conversation that we will keep off air. But, Kayla, what's going on in the NFL right now, huh?
Yes, it is that time. We're getting really close, guys. We're about a week away from the NFL draft. I, for one, cannot wait to see who some of these teams land. But for right now, we're just going to try to get there, right? It is the 2-minute drill. And let's start with this. Interest at the top. All right. So John Spytek, your GM of the Las Vegas Raiders.
The hero.
He says that there have been a lot of teams that have called them about trading up for that number 1 spot.
Yeah.
Now, he did say that trades can get very interesting the night of draft night. Things can materialize because at that point, teams are really willing to give up a lot to get up to that top spot.
They get desperate.
But he has reiterated, Spytek is reiterating, that they are pretty set on keeping the number 1 spot, maintaining that draft pick. But I will pose the question, what would it take you, if anything, to trade with a team to give them that number 1 spot this year? Because, again, what if it was a team that didn't necessarily need Fernando Mendoza?
Okay.
Well, I don't think any team would be willing to meet that price tag if it wasn't for Fernando.
It's Fernando.
What if someone was just gung-ho on one of these other edges or of these guys?
I personally wouldn't do this.
Okay.
But here's a scenario that's always kind of been in my brain.
Uh-huh.
What if the Cincinnati Bengals call you and say, here's Joe Burrow and our first this year, a future first next year.
That's interesting.
And you can try and compete right now.
Yep.
While the Chiefs are vulnerable and the Broncos are good, but they're not like amazing, and the Chargers are kind of in the same boat. Like, I think you might be tempted to at least talk about it. I wouldn't do it. But with all the free agency moves you made, Max Crosby being back, there's an alternate universe where I'd love to do that in like a simulation setting and just see how it would go. So maybe that.
So in this world, it would be Joe Burrow plus something else?
Joe Burrow and like the first, their first that
like
year.
Like the 10th or whatever?
Whatever it is, yeah. At least that. And then you probably try and milk. Because if they really, that's a reset in Cincinnati. Again, they have to come to you. Yeah. They're looking to move off of the Joe Burrow era, and they're trying to start over. So if you're the Raiders, you're in the power position to ask for more. That's a scenario that I could see at least being a conversation. But most scenarios are just like, get out of here.
You're just like, hey, we feel like he's the guy to move us forward. He's a quarterback. We're setting him up for success. We got a backup that's going to probably start in Kirk Cousins, so it's a really good situation. I think like right now that might be one of the toughest teams to try to do a trade with, even if they give up a lot to get there.
So just for reference, when the Panthers traded for the 1 pick, the Bryce Young year, it was number 9, the 2024 first rounder, which ironically ended up being the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yep.
2 seconds and DJ Moore. So it was DJ Moore, 2 firsts and 2 seconds.
As a whole, I do remember that.
Also, in the Joe Burrow draft, the Dolphins offered 4 first-round picks for Joe Burrow, and the Bengals said no.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just not worth it. All right, how about this one, guys? Talk about a guy who got traded on draft night by the Tennessee Titans. That's Mr. A.J. Brown, who's currently with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Still.
And I'm telling you right now, there's so much drama in the city of brotherly love. It is anything but brotherly love. He is an Eagle set to take flight, in my opinion. This is what's going on. So the Eagles just now signed Dontavian Wicks. So he comes over. They acquire him from Green Bay. Now, this is like a third, fourth guy, probably a fourth guy in terms of wide receiver. But the thing is since all of this has started and all these rumors that he could potentially going back to reunite with Mike Vrabel in New England, they have also acquired Hollywood Brown and Elijah Moore. So the question is that wide receiver room is getting a little crowded.
Yeah.
So I do believe, even though GM Howie Roseman just came out yesterday and said, I'm taking the same stance on this whole thing. He was asked the questions. All he said is A.J. Brown is an Eagle. That's all he said. Wasn't saying anything more. I think A.J. is either gone during a trade during the draft or June 20th when they're going to probably save a little money.
It just feels like the delaying of the inevitable, right? The writing's on the wall. And
you haven't heard from A.J. either, which, let me make this clear. I know A.J. AJ likes to talk. AJ likes to be in the media. I find it very, very interesting that AJ Brown has been not really in the media, has not said anything. So take that into account too.
So I'm trying to play out the alternative in my brain, and that's, okay, we can't get the value that we think we should get for a receiver of still A.J. Brown's caliber. Like, he's still, whether he fits with you or not, or there's a disconnect or not, he's still a good player that you don't just want to get rid of for pennies.
Right.
Does it increase or decrease their likelihood of getting what they're looking for? Or is it worth waiting to get a better price, but essentially potentially impacting negatively the start of your season by pushing this to the trade deadline? I feel like this is something you want to get done before the season starts, is my point.
You 100% got to get it done. You got to get something like this. One of the biggest players on your team who pulls a lot of weight probably in certain situations. I think Jalen Hurts and him are kind of at odds as well. As is, I feel like some players more so are at odds with Jalen Hurts after that article came out about him with Jeremy Fowler, who wrote it. It's a mess over there. I say at least try to clean a little bit of it up by getting something for A.J. Brown. And I know it's probably in the works.
Tensions are just high enough as it is.
It's really
and
bad.
The Eagles have the expectations to compete.
Right.
So if it takes them 6 weeks to find a resolution to this, and they go even 3-3 over those 6 weeks, it's like you're in trouble, and that's only going to make losing is only going to make the situation worse.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of movement at the draft in a lot of deals done during this year's draft. I don't know, in particular who those are going to be, but here's another one. This one could happen. So talking it out is what I thought was going to happen because a report came out yesterday that the Giants and Dexter Lawrence were somewhat coming to terms with maybe a deal that they were going to figure out.
Whoops.
And then this morning it was pretty much said nope, they don't neither sides are wanting to agree. I guess Dexter Lawrence is not happy with what was, at least somewhat offered to him. So their GM said it was productive, while Dexter's camp was like, no, it's not. And so now they're probably going to trade him. So this is likely going to happen before the draft or during the draft or right after. So lots going on in that side of things.
See,
as well.
It's not just the Niners, everybody. Everyone goes through hell like this with contract negotiations. It's not just the Niners.
Exactly.
Yay.
It's everybody.
I don't know if it makes it feel better.
Okay, so I have one final one here for us, which I think is interesting. I just want your thoughts on this, coming from a situation where we've seen a lot of athletes retire and come back and play.
Yeah.
So this one, in terms of adding in Indianapolis, safety Nasir Adderley. He is a safety, like I said.
Oh, I get it.
Yes, yes. He is coming out of retirement. Thank you. And signing with the Indianapolis Colts. He has not been playing in the NFL. He's been away from the NFL for 3 freaking seasons.
Oof.
So he retired at 25 years old, but now he's coming back, and I guess he was dealing with some health and family stuff, but that's a long time.
Yeah, 3 years is
to
a
be
long
out of the
time.
game. But clearly the Colts are going to give him a chance. But
well, hell, after Phillip Rivers, they don't care.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe that's a good example of they're just oh, we'll sign anybody at this point. But 3 years, that's a long time. He is still somewhat young. He's 28 years old. Come back in the works.
Unless it's like WWE wrestling, I think the general rule of thumb is once you retire, stay retired.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't rooting for the guy.
I know.
I think it's kind of fun. I think it's compelling. So.
And he's not some big name
right.
player.
And he's not coming back at 32.
Right.
I know we used the Phillip Rivers example as a joke, but very, 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 very different circumstances here. Like,
Yeah.
I'm rooting for him. He's going to be up against the 8 ball. We'll see if he even makes the team based off of what happens in training camp. But I think the general rule of thumb is, hey, man, when you retire, I know it's easier said than done. You can change your mind, but
Sometimes just stay there.
Stay retired. Unless there's millions of dollars waiting for you, to which if you need to go back and get that milli, hey.
And a team's going to give us something.
Who am I to tell you don't do it?
Exactly.
But I'll be rooting for him.
Yeah, that's your 2-minute drill.
All right, we'll take the break. When we come back, guys, we haven't even talked about the actual basketball that was played last night.
Lots of good stuff.
NBA postseason, air quotes, began yesterday because of the play-in tournament. Hornets versus Heat was fantastic and full of drama. The Blazers beat the Suns. And what does that say? Does that say more about the Blazers? Does that say more about the Suns? We'll talk about that. And the play-in continues tonight, and there's a conversation happening with whether or not it's even worth it for the Warriors to try and win this game. We'll break into that debate. Plus, we still have to update you on our mini seasons. How's it going in our baseball game? We will weigh in on that before Crosstalk with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's all still to come here on Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown 411 16th Street and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your Toyota's been through a lot with you. Traffic, rain, potholes, you name it. But it keeps showing up mile after mile. So maybe it's time to give a little back. For a limited time at your local Toyota dealer, get 3 new tires and get the 4th for $1. Because a ride that's always there for you deserves to be taken care of. 3 tires, get the 4th for $1? Go on. Treat your Toyota. Deal ends April 30th. Keep your Toyota a Toyota. Restrictions apply. Toyota and Scion vehicles only. See participating Toyota dealers for details.
Catch the future of San Francisco Giants baseball right here in Sacramento with the Sacramento River Cats at Sutter Health Park. See tomorrow's stars take the field today and be part of the big league journey. Get your River Cats baseball tickets now at rivercats.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Final hour of the show, and it's been a busy one. If you missed it earlier, Doug Christie, of course, head coach of the Sacramento Kings, Scott Perry, general manager of the Sacramento Kings, both spoke with the media as part of their exit interviews earlier today. You can go and watch those in their entirety right now on SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports YouTube channel. Shout out to everybody watching the show over on YouTube and everybody listening to the show wherever you are at. We appreciate your support. Did you all watch basketball last night? Because we've been talking about, man, Adam Silver and the NBA, they just, with how bad this season has gone, man, they just desperately need to get to the playoffs. The playoffs have the power. These playoffs have the power to potentially save the NBA from all of just the nonsense that has happened this year and what I believe has been a really brutal year for the NBA. Now, while the numbers are starting to come out that it's the most watched NBA season ever, blah, 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 that doesn't change the fact that it was still an embarrassing, frustrating season in the NBA where more of the talk was about what's happening off the floor compared to on it with scandals galore and rule changes needed. And here we go. First night of play-in games, not even the real playoffs, and back-to-back bangers.
So good.
Back-to-back bangers, starting with the Hornets beating the Heat 127-126 in overtime. What a fun game.
It was.
Shout out, I know Charlotte, there's not been a lot to cheer about over there in Charlotte over the years. That crowd was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That team has been one of the best stories of the season. And they had a lot of fun last night. What was a back-and-forth, nerve-wracking game with plenty of drama between those two teams.
Yeah, no, it was fun for sure. I think overall, watching those play-in games last night, I think there's a lot of people that were tuned in, even people that I don't think that I'm friends with that don't usually watch like the regular season that often, that were like, hey, are you watching these play-in games? And I was like, yeah. Or like, oh, my husband's watching this. Did you watch this? And I'm like, well, yeah, it's my job, but yes.
Of course.
But it was exciting. Charlotte's a really, and we said this before, I think yesterday, Charlotte's a really exciting team.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it's not a big market, but the brand for Charlotte is always like known. Like the Hornets, like you think about the Charlotte Hornets, and I look at the jerseys they wore last night and the stripes and everything, and I don't, maybe it's the starter jackets growing up that we had that I remember with the Hornets being a very popular one, but there was a lot of nostalgia in it too, because like with them being good again and them being a fun team again, a team that shoots threes at a high volume, it makes it a fun team to follow in the playoffs. And I think that they could make a little bit of a run. And obviously you've got the LaMelo Ball that's a little bit flashy, but you got the rookie in Concanepple that has brought a lot of attention to the Hornets as well. So it was a really good way to start it off. And then it ending as it did was in overtime was phenomenal.
It was fitting that Charlotte, because they've been such a live or die by the three-point team, it's fitting they hit those two big threes to close that gap down 6 to even force overtime. The second three that Kobe White hit, that turnaround fadeaway three off the inbound. Kobe White was a super underrated pickup for them in the middle of the season, right? And I've been a Kobe White fan for a long time. I thought he was being underappreciated with what he was doing in Chicago. He's one of those guys that just seems to torch the Kings every single time they play. Kobe White hit that shot, and I popped off my couch. Man, it was just what a crazy shot to force overtime. That place was rocking. But it's crazy to say, well, the Hornets won that game last night. And Concanepple, who, no disrespect to LaMelo Ball, Concanepple to me was the driving force between that team turning things around this season.
Too.
6 points and 0 of 6 from three-point range last night. So I'm not saying the lights got too bright for the rookie or anything like that. And if anything, I think it's a good thing that Charlotte was able to win this game with Con playing as poorly as he did.
Sure.
But that certainly surprised me, as your rookie, who's your lights-out shooter, fired blanks last night. He was not hitting.
No.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Okay, that is, first of all, who is that?
Is that from Family Guy?
It is, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Buzz, buzz,
buzz. That might be my new favorite drop.
Well, that's our Hornets
Just
one
like
now.
I just dropped
buzz, buzz, buzz.
Oh, I freaking love it.
Kayla just broke her microphone.
Yeah, I didn't break it. It's just been a little loose today. No, in all seriousness, though, I'm not really worried about it. Look, in some situations, like, were the lights too bright? No, I don't think that.
I don't think so. Just at a bad game.
This has, unfortunately, a bad game at a bad time, but they won. So now he's going to have another chance to shine.
How loudly did you scream at your TV when there were 80 seconds left in a playoff game and the feed cut out?
And Kyle texted us in our group text a little bit after that and said, oh, I guess I had some sort of a technical difficulty in my own home. I go, oh no, Kyle, LeBron James was tweeting about this. Like, big time players, like, no, this happened to everyone.
So where I live in Roseville, for some reason, cell service is terrible in West Roseville. So if I lose internet, like I can't, like my phone goes slow, I can't do anything.
Okay.
So the feed drops, and I frantically think it's my internet because internet has been dropping every once in a while. So I reset my internet, which takes time.
Oh, gosh.
And of course, while my internet's resetting, my phone isn't, I'm not getting tweets. So I had no idea that it was not my fault or not my internet's fault.
I think a lot of people felt that way.
So I missed the end of the game, had to go back and kind of rewatch it. But I was both simultaneously relieved that it wasn't my fault, even though I had to still wait to restart my internet, and pissed. Like,
yeah, rightfully so.
I mean, no disrespect to Amazon Prime.
No disrespect.
You can't.
Disrespect.
That can't happen.
No,
and the amount of money that
disrespect.
Prime paid for the play-in tournament, like that can't happen.
Right, and I know like they're putting on a good broadcast for the most part, and you know the talent's good and whatever. But I'm sorry, if you are going to do something like this at this level, and I understand they're playing games, regardless, there are a lot of eyes, i.e., again, look at the players that were tweeting last night about it in the link.
It's the only game on.
It's the only game on. You have to make sure your doesn't stink.
Oof.
And that stunk last night when it said technical difficulties up on the screen.
Oof.
Woo,
Especially at the time that it did, which means there's probably peak viewership. Everybody was tuning in to see that
Oh,
moment.
I'm sure.
And your internet or your company or servers or whatever the hell couldn't handle it, which I guess good that you had that many people, but you pissed them all off.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't been on social media for a little bit, but you guys, can you please tell me that social media then was editing famous clips from NBA history with the technical difficulties video popping up like right at the biggest moments?
I didn't see that. But I didn't go too deep down a rabbit hole.
That makes me sad. The internet should be better. Like, I was just hope if I were still in the area, I would put Kawhi's shot where it's bouncing on the rim and like at the second bounce, it's just the technical difficulties video pops up.
Kayla, you weren't around in Sacramento when Davion Mitchell was here.
No.
I don't know if the show is going to be a good gauge of how people felt in Sacramento watching the game last night because I'm so numb to it. Like, what pisses me off the most about the Davion Mitchell situation is not that Davion Mitchell is suddenly a good player in Miami. He was a good player in Sacramento.
Right.
He just wasn't this good. Like, he's very much blossomed. And Davion Mitchell makes so much sense with the Miami Heat. It's just disgusting. Like, Heat culture is Davion Mitchell. As soon as Davion went to Miami, I was like, oh, he's going to be good for Eric Spoelstra there. And he's been even better than good for them. What I'm mad about is the Kings traded Davion Mitchell for nothing. They just dumped him and Sasha Vezenkov to the Toronto Raptors, I believe.
And 2 seconds.
For
Jaden McDaniels, who never played for the Kings.
Just a catastrophic trade by them.
For Sasha, who was going to go back to Europe and give up the money anyways.
It was just, and they did it to free up money to make other moves, and it just didn't matter.
Well, it's also because they drafted Devin Carter, and
it's just a big. So like when I watch Davion Mitchell play, like I'm numb to it. I don't feel anything in terms of like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
I understand Kings fans who feel that way, and maybe there's a lesson to be taken from what's happened with Davion Mitchell, what's happened with Keon Ellis when looking at guys like Devin Carter, maybe not just because they're defensive first guards, but like don't give up on someone too soon because they might turn into something more.
But it's hard to necessarily like say that yet until, because again, Devin is not Scott's guy.
Yeah.
And again, until that starts to be aligned, I don't know if that, I think maybe we might see that again with the Devin Carter situation. I'm not saying 100% we're going to see that, but maybe there will be some more of that once Scott gets his guys in.
Yeah, I'm just curious how Kings fans feel watching last night's game because I'm just numb to it. It didn't bother me. It didn't make me angry. I was low-key enjoying it because even though Davion Mitchell blocked me and almost everybody else on Twitter, that's a real thing, by the way. Davion Mitchell just did like a mass block of Sacramento media when he was here. So yes, I am technically blocked by Davion Mitchell on social media. But
and he never undid it?
Nope. Marco Bell in LA did the same thing years ago when he was here. Us evil, mean Sacramento media. You know how bad we get. We're like New York, but not.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all are not even close to it. of crazy media.
Every interaction I had with Davion Mitchell in person was always great. I think he did it to silence the noise while he was here, which is fine. Yeah. I don't read into it.
Who's the one Sac media person who's like, wait, I can still see Davion Mitchell? Like,
I think Frankie Cardicelli.
Oh, okay.
I think Frankie's not
Davion decided Frankie wasn't good enough?
I don't know. Frankie made the cut.
Yep.
I definitely did not.
He didn't get them all.
Regardless, like I don't feel anything when I watch Davion Mitchell ball out. It's just like, oh, good for Davion.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel. But I'm curious, Kings fans listening, did it piss you off? Did it frustrate you? Because I was just like, go Davion, ball out, entertaining game. They needed every bit of Davion's performance with Bam Adebayo going down hurt. I thought the Hornets blew it when they fouled Tyler Hero on that 3-point shot. Some people had a problem with the foul, thought it was a little too ticky-tack, but man, they were up 2. They foul Tyler Hero. He hits the free throws. They're down 1. Then LaMelo Ball goes and wins it with a nice take to the basket. But what an entertaining game last night between Charlotte and Miami.
I'm glad it was. The NBA deserves.
They need it.
I'm not gonna say they deserve. Because I don't want to just give anything to Adam Silver because he's kind of created chaos for himself in some aspects. But it's nice for the league, for the players and the teams that are playing right now in the play-ins that they can get a little good attention on them for the actual game and the actual play of basketball and not all the other crap that has surrounded it this season.
Well, Whitey Gleason put it really well a couple days ago. He's like, I'm just excited to watch basketball consistently again where both teams want to win.
Sure.
And then here we go. We're about to have a conversation a little bit about the Golden State Warriors and do they actually, as an organization, really want to win tonight?
So we're bringing it back around.
We're bringing it back. You can't escape it. But for the most part, I mean, obviously, last night's game is between a 9th and 10th seed in the East, which, by the way, the East was really good this year. Normally, the 9th and 10th seeds in the East are like 5 to 10 games under 500. Not this year. And we got a banger of a game. A banger of a game. Then you had the Blazers versus the Suns.
Yeah.
Not as good.
Oh, it was still okay.
It was very good. It was good, but not as good. Like not as much drama. But Denny Advia, I mean, he's a beast. Man.
I think he is severely underrated.
Breakout player of the year. 40. I mean, one of the breakout stories of the year. 41 points on a stupid efficient. 15 of 22 from the field.
He was so good.
He was just a bucket, man. And not just that. Like he was the Blazers last night. He also had 12 assists, 7 rebounds, a couple of blocks. I mean, Denny was phenomenal in that game for Portland.
Yeah. Now, Portland's an interesting team. So Portland is obviously a very physical team, and we saw it, this year when the Kings played them a couple times. But they like to turn the ball over, and that's the one thing about sometimes when you play physically. Yeah, like that was an issue at parts of the game last night. They got the Suns back in it for those reasons. But give credit for Denny Advia and the group because they did pull it back together in the end and came out with that victory. But that's an interesting team. Like the turnovers, like they're not going to get far unless they clean some of that up. But it's an extremely physical team, and they can be very fun to watch. And that whole thing, like look at how the season started with their coach and all of the investigation and him getting pretty much put on the sideline while the investigation has gone on. Like there's a lot that could have gone bad for Portland, but for the most part, they've made a pretty good year of it.
Shaedon Sharpe was really good. We cannot say enough, though, how essential Drew Holiday is to that team.
Oh, he's huge.
Man, everywhere Drew Holiday goes, he just, he finds a way to just
he's a gamer,
make a change or make an impact. He's just, I love Drew Holiday so much.
Doesn't he just look like a gamer when you look at Drew Holiday?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's no kind of emotion there. Like, he's just like, I'm here to do business.
Blank-faced, and he'll take you out. But shout out to the Blazers for making it. So they will face the San Antonio Spurs in the first round. I'll be honest with you, I'm not as intrigued about that as I would have been Spurs and Suns.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Suns will play the winner of tonight's game between the Clippers and the Warriors. Again, we'll get into that in just a second.
And the Suns at home for that?
Suns are hosting.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Suns are hosting. I was trying to decide this because I don't want to take anything away from what the Blazers did. Denny, phenomenal game. I felt like last night's game said more about the Phoenix Suns than it did the Portland Trail Blazers because the Portland Trail Blazers were this team is like, hey, maybe, and let's see how far they can go, and no expectations, just go out there and ball. With the Suns, I know they exceeded a lot of expectations this year after the Kevin Durant trade, and everybody thought they'd be bad, and they played a lot better. But you've got an established superstar in Devin Booker. You got Dylan Brooks, who's always just talking. Dylan Brooks doing his thing. I know they didn't have Grayson Allen last night, but
yeah,
I feel like that game said more about them as are they like not being as legitimate as maybe we thought, more than it said about the Blazers simply because of expectation, I guess. I don't know if I don't mean to be disrespecting Portland in any kind of way, but I left that game looking at the Suns, and I think it's very reasonable that the Suns could beat either the Clippers or the Warriors, but I feel like whoever wins the 9-10 game, I'm looking at as like, I think they're going to beat the Suns. I don't know why. I just have this feeling about Phoenix, like maybe like fraud alert. I don't know.
Okay, and what I'll say about that, though, is I think they've exceeded expectations this year.
Yes.
And maybe, to be at this point, and I know it's the play-in still, but they've obviously lost this first game. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're not ready yet for this stage, right? And they've obviously, I think, put a lot of us haters down at the beginning of the year when we were like, they have the same predicted record as the Kings are going to have, and they highly outplayed what the Kings did.
But they have the experience, though. That's the thing. Like Devin Booker's made deep runs.
But look at like some of the players on the Kings rosters.
No, I get it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it just fit better there.
I get
everything kind of fit better there.
Yeah.
This year.
I think the Suns are fraudulent.
I don't think they are going to do anything with this year, like the rest of the. But I think it's impressive they got to this point. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I didn't expect them to do much, just with all the crap that they had been through. I don't know what to make of next year. Like, that's a whole nother story for another day. But
between the Suns, the Clippers, and the Warriors, who has the best chance to take a game off of OKC in the first round?
Clippers.
It's the Clippers, yeah?
Because my boy Kawhi.
Because my guy DG.
Oh, yeah, him too.
So Kayla and I are united on Clippers. I like this.
Yeah. Kawhi is just a baller. Though.
Well, it might be you two and the Golden State Warriors fan base, because there's a major conversation happening in the Bay. Anthony Slater was on ESPN today talking about this. Like, the Warriors might not want to make the playoffs. Like, as an organization.
God,
I think Steph Curry does. Draymond Green does.
This is what Matt just said. I think Steph Curry does.
Like, unless
that is not convincing.
Unless Steph wants a better chance of like a higher draft pick or whatever.
It is weird.
Look, I know the Dallas Mavericks were the 10th team in the West last year and they won. I know the year before Atlanta was the 10th team in the East and they won the draft lottery. Like, I get that. That just feels like something that's so like wishful thinking for it to happen 3 times in a row. Mm-hmm. I understand anybody who's going, I'll take the 9.5% chance of the Warriors ending up with a top 4 pick rather than what ESPN called a 2% chance of beating OKC in the first round. I'm taking the draft lottery odds. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because in this segment that Slater did on ESPN, Kendrick Perkins and I think Danny Green, 2 former players, are there. They're talking, and we'll play the sound for you here in just a second. But you have 2 former players who are all about, like, this is the playoffs. These games matter, and both of these guys are saying, "Yeah, take the lottery odds." Like, here's that the sound from Anthony Slater on ESPN talking about the Warriors' situation heading into tonight's play-in game against the Clippers.
I think it is fair to wonder organizationally whether it's better for them to lose, because I'll give you an example. Last year, I covered the 9-10. Dallas Mavericks were in that game. They won it. They then played the final play-in game, lost. Memphis goes and gets swept by the Thunder. Dallas keeps their lottery odds, jumps up, gets Cooper Flag. If the Warriors lose, they keep their lottery odds, 9.4% chance to jump up in the top 4 of this draft. If they win their way into the play-in, they lose those lottery odds, and then they get the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first round. Our graphics guys right here. Better chance to get 9.4 chance to get into the top 4 or to beat the Thunder. What do y'all think?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go 9.4.
Danny Green.
Because you're not beating the Thunder. Not with this group, especially with Steph Curry on minute restriction, also Al Horford, Porzingis. And I agree with Draymond. He is the hardest guy to guard, and that gravitational pull that he has is unbelievable. Nobody in history will ever have that. But they just don't have enough around him right now to get it done.
Jimmy Butler.
And Jimmy's out.
That's
so it's tough. They couldn't get Giannis. They tried to make some moves at the deadline. But right now they need to just focus on the future.
So that was Danny Green. Kendrick Perkins came on the back end of that too and basically reiterated what Danny was saying.
Yeah.
Again, you've got 2 former players on national television after a season full of tanking and two former players saying, yeah, it would be better for the Warriors to lose rather than make the playoffs right now. In the play-in tournament, that's where you're at.
That's wild to me. And I say that, looking at the Warriors down the stretch when they got Steph back, yeah, they are obviously a better team with Steph. But Steph was out for a good chunk of the season. And all the injuries they endured, I said this, I go, with Steph not playing, they kind of disappeared in terms of we didn't talk about the Warriors. No one talked about the Warriors.
Because they're irrelevant without Steph.
Exactly. And I just don't think at this point they're going to be able to get anywhere past a certain point in the playoffs, even just with having Steph back. It's just the team is not what it used to be. And I don't think Steph or the players in particular are we're going to come into this and we're going to lose this. We've had this conversation. They're not going to do that.
Steph's on a minute restriction, by the way.
Exactly. But in the back of the organization's mind, there is no doubt that they're thinking, okay, we've got a chance here to at least maybe get a pretty decent draft pick this year. We'll just see how the cookie crumbles. And I think in the back of their mind, they're thinking the cookie crumbles very fast.
Now, technically, the Warriors can win tonight.
Yeah.
And then lose against the Phoenix Suns and still end up with that lottery. Those lottery odds.
Okay.
It's exactly what happened to the Dallas Mavericks last year. They beat the Kings in the first round, lost in the second round of the play-in, so didn't make the playoffs, kept their lottery odds. Yep. They won the lottery, got Cooper Flag. I just have a problem with people talking about this like this is an exact science. There's what. I don't subscribe to draft lottery conspiracy theories. I know a ton of people think it's rigged, whatever. The Cooper Flag thing was very suspicious, looked very weird after, of course, the Luka Doncic trade.
Yep.
Right? If we have 3 years in a row where the team that's essentially the 10th seed wins the lottery or ends up top 2, top 3, gross. And again, the point of the lottery is to improve the teams that need the talent in order to improve.
I agree.
Now, I think that Golden State Warriors need more talent.
But the Golden State Warriors chose to do it that way. They chose to sign older players that were bigger names. They chose to do that.
Hello, 49ers of basketball.
I just was thinking about that in my own head. Okay, anyway, sorry.
I think you would have a really hard time, and I don't think anybody in the Golden State Warriors organization is going to Steph and going to Draymond and going, it's okay if we lose. I don't think anyone's stupid enough to do that. But do I think Mike Dunleavy Jr. somewhere is going, hey, let's lose this game and see if we can hit on draft lottery night? Yeah, they probably feel that way, which, again, sucks. The fact, it blew my mind that you have two former NBA players. When we asked Doug Christie about tanking,
Perk usually never goes that route.
There's a look of disgust on the face of Doug Christie as a former player and as a coach when you bring up tanking.
Yep.
Disgust. You have Danny Green and Kendrick Perkins on national television, former players going, make the playoffs and play meaningful basketball or lose and go for draft lottery odds. You have two former players that are going, go lottery odds. That's nuts.
That's crazy.
To me. And that's where we're at.
Yeah.
And so stop coming at the meet. Don't get mad at us for talking about tanking. Don't get mad at front offices.
You
got former players that are like, you should probably do it. So don't be getting mad at us, okay? Tanking's a legitimate conversation. I think the Warriors should go for it. I think they're going to try and win
go
tonight's
for the
game.
playoffs?
Yes, I think the Warriors should go for the playoffs just because I think what's most important for them is Steph Curry and Draymond Green. I think they should go for it. I think they are going to go for it.
Why change their messaging now?
Yeah.
Right?
I just think the messaging that Steve Kerr's had is them being a fading dynasty is just they're not good enough to do it.
Well, my point is the Warriors likely aren't going to make it anyway.
Right.
But I don't think there should be any thought amongst that organization of we're not going to go 100% for this tonight.
No.
I don't think Steph and Draymond are going to do that, regardless of if it's the smart thing to do or not. It just doesn't strike me as a thing that Golden State Warriors would do.
I don't know. Minutes restriction has been code words for tanking, and everyone's got minutes restrictions tonight.
But Steph has a legitimate reason to be on minutes restriction. He's been hurt for the last month.
So Curry, Porzingis, and Horford will all play fewer than 40 minutes tonight.
Fewer than 40 minutes. Oh, God, what a restriction.
Which that's not.
It only matters if they go to overtime. If they get to overtime and Steph's at 39 minutes, will they play him?
Yes, Steph will play. They'll break.
But Al Horford, maybe Al Horford doesn't have to worry about 40 minutes. Let me tell you.
I was gonna say, no, it's a non-factor. It's It's not necessary to bring up. The minutes restriction, especially a minute restriction, you're not going to play 40 minutes. Okay, so Steph's not going to play the whole game. Great. Shocking. Yeah. We knew this.
Go Clips.
Oh, you're Go Clippers. For
Let's
DG,
go DG!
specifically?
Yeah, I love Darius. Love Darius.
Is he your favorite player, other than Aaron Gordon, of course?
Because I knew both of them, but just because I got to know DG. DG's a great person.
This is so gross, but I think I'm Go Warriors in both of these games.
Why?
I'm Go Warriors because, one, I'm a fan of Steph Curry, and I want him in the postseason, even if they're going to get rinsed by OKC. Number two is
you don't want him to get like the
yes. I don't want the Warriors to get the 10th best or 11th best odds and then jump into the top 4.
So
Kill me.
So instead, you would rather Oklahoma City get those odds because the Clippers pick goes to Oklahoma City.
Who cares? Yes, let OKC be a dynasty for the end of time. I like the Thunder. Don't give it to the freaking Warriors,
they took our
man.
Sonics.
So they can trade it for Giannis and just be good all the time.
So Kayla would rather the Clippers make the playoffs so they can't get AJ DeBonsa. Or, well, the Clippers can't get him anyway. OKC would get him.
The Clippers can't get him.
Gross.
It's a real Sophie's choice here, you know?
I can't believe I'm Go Warriors,
I'm just rooting for the Clippers because they're not the Lakers and DG.
I just hope both teams have fun.
I just made 3 snap peas in the hoop. They should sign me.
Okay, Steph Curry, relax. We'll take the break. When we come back, hey, how are our MLB mini seasons going? We'll update you on how our games went yesterday, the picks that we have for today, and if we have time for it too, an early progress report for Giants manager Tony Vitello, because it just feels like baseball, in air quotes, is against him for some reason, and I don't think it should be. We'll get to that if we have time before Crosstalk with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's all coming up next here to wrap up the show. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. It's no secret the world feels unpredictable lately. One thing will never change. Hoblet's mission to nuke high prices. Right now, and only at Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland, you can get 4.99% financing for up to 84 months on all new vehicles in stock and keep every factory rebate you qualify for when you finance with Hoblet's preferred lender. That's 4.99% financing and you keep all the factory rebates you qualify for. Not one or the other like other dealers are offering. Only Hoblet has fought to get you a deal this good. Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection, and now unbeatable interest rates. Nobody beats Hoblet. Period. 4.99% APR available on select new vehicles in stock while supplies last. Pricing and savings may vary by model and trim. Financing on approved credit through Hoblet Preferred Lending for well-qualified buyers. $60,000 max finance. Approximately $14.14 per 1,000 finance. Residency restrictions and lender membership requirements may apply. See dealer for details.
Spring is here, and warmer days are right around the corner. Before the heat hits, call Brower Mechanical. Right now, when you purchase a new high-efficiency AC system, you can choose a water heater or a whole house fan for just $1. Or get your AC professionally tuned up for just $89. Don't wait until your system breaks down during the heat. Brower Mechanical, where quality meets comfort. 916-352-3113. Residential and commercial HVAC sales and service. License number 1081055.
If you're serious about getting better at golf, start with the fit. At Hagen Oaks, everything begins with Total Game Fitting. The TrackMan Player Performance Studio analyzes your swing to match you with the right clubs. Ping's Ballnamic Fitting helps you find the golf ball for your game. The Hagen Oaks Putter Fitting Studio helps you roll it true. And with FootJoy's 3D foot scanner, you'll walk the course in shoes that actually fit. From driver to putter and even what's on your feet, Hagen Oaks fits every part of your game. Total Game Fitting, only at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Sacramento! Now you've got a place for all things dance.
The all-new Energy 100.5 HD2.
Where dance music lives. Dance vibes anytime and any place when you get the free Now 100.5 app.
Or listen at 100.5 HD2.
Running a business takes grit, vision, and a partner who believes in your success as much as you do. At Valley Strong Credit Union, business banking is built around you. The entrepreneurs, the growers, the dreamers powering our community. Whether you need flexible checking, faster payments, or financing to take your next big step, Valley Strong brings local expertise and real relationships to every stage of your business. Because when local businesses thrive, the whole valley grows stronger. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your business, grow your future. ValleyStrong.com/business.
10 a.m. to 2 Sactown Sports 1140.
Got to get the trophy back out. Well, I can still call it mine. It's time for our MLB mini-season update. What do you like the look of it? You like it over here? Don't throw a pee at me.
Don't be bragging about anything.
What do you mean? I'm two-time champ. Can anybody else in this room say they're a two-time champ?
Well, this week you ain't looking too hot.
Well.
Oh, did he lose?
Can't be saying that, Missy.
But I'm not bragging about having the trophy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we cut to last week?
Kiss the trophy.
That was Kayla Anderson.
Baby.
Yeah. Ooh, Will Hardy.
Wait,
Will
that
Hardy.
got a lot of likes.
Yeah, well,
Do you mean your Will Hardy?
Kayla's swooning over Will Hardy.
Well,
not really.
people like the Will Hardy voice.
I guess I don't know.
I'm not swooning over
I've
him.
not heard anything about people liking Will Hardy until you brought that up. Like I had no idea that was a thing.
I got friends.
I didn't know Will Hardy was this famous.
Your friends like Will Hardy?
No, I just say I've got friends who know people who know people.
Oh, cool. Kayla knows people and has friends. Yay, good for you.
And they know Will Hardy, the coach of the Jazz?
Will Hardy.
Will Hardy.
I hate that voice so much. It's like nails on a chalkboard to me, but it makes me laugh.
You like jazz?
No, we don't.
No.
All right, let's take a look at how our mini-seasons games went yesterday. I had the Cincinnati Reds over the San Francisco Giants, and I'm happy to say that the Giants lost again.
Woof.
The Reds.
2-1.
The Reds get a massive monster 2-1 victory that now puts me 1 billion runs behind Kayla and Kyle in terms of run differential.
But you're 1-1.
I am 1-1. And 8-7 overall.
So the Giants have the worst record. Are the Giants worse than the Rockies now?
Oh, God.
That is.
I think they are.
You did not just have that.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look, Ski.
By the way,
Sorry, to press fans here.
Harrison Bader and Jared Olivia
they're the
have
same
been put
right.
on IL. Drew Gilbert and Will Brennan have been called up.
Woo!
Oh, Allen's boy, Drew Gilbert.
Yeah, that's Tony Vitello's boy. He played with him at Tennessee.
Yeah.
The
He
Giants
recruited him.
Giants and Rockies are both 6-11. Is Bryce up there yet? Just call Bryce up.
Not yet.
No, just call
What's
him up.
taking him so long? I've been hearing about Bryce Eldridge for like a
I
year.
was supposed to get to meet him.
I don't know. We'll see. Oh, that's right. You want to
Remember?
meet him for... Get out of here. Rejected.
Oh, just like you swatted the water bottle into Jason Ross's
Notice
head.
I did it that way, though, because if
I was making it.
No, you got-
I would have made 5 snap pea baskets.
You got rejected. Kayla, you had the Cleveland Guardians over the St. Louis Cardinals last night.
Yeah, and where did this one go?
Hold that L.
Extra innings, buddy.
Hold that L in
By
extras.
1 run.
XL, extra inning loss.
What a loser!
The Guardians lose to the Cardinals 6-5. So you and I are both 1-1. So careful.
Yeah,
your
but my run differential is way.
It's not even close. It's not even close. But don't worry.
Don't
We'll
worry,
see how that
that's
plays
having to
out.
come back.
As for Kyle with a now 6-9 overall record. It's been a rough season for Kyle Ledbetter so far.
Because the stupid Marlins pulling Sandy.
That's one game.
Well, okay, I will say, I don't know what happened in the game, but I saw that Shohei got scratched. And that was the reason I picked him. But I still got Yamamoto instead.
You are a perfect 2-0 so far to start the season as the Dodgers just beat the New York
You
Mets.
mean the week?
What did I say?
The season.
Oh, this week. Well, mini season.
I mean, I would have been perfect on the season if not for them pulling stupid Sandy. at the end
That's
of the game.
one game. You've lost 9. But you got the win yesterday. The Dodgers beat the Mets 2-1. So
Yeah.
Kyle's 2-0.
Wait.
Oh,
Kayla and I are 1-1. And now we pick our games for today. We'll start with you, Kayla. You have the Giants, Royals, and Padres available to choose from. So who are you going with this evening?
I'm going to go with the Giants comeback.
Giants versus Reds?
I'm going to go with Giants over the Reds. I'm rooting for my guy, Tony Vitello. He's getting a lot of hate,
He is.
but rightfully so. It's kind of got off to a crap start.
All right. Giants are off the board. Kayla takes the Giants over the Reds. Kyle, you have the Pirates, No, you don't. You have the Nationals, Rays, and A's.
Man,
that
I
you can choose from.
really regret this Nationals bit that I did now.
Yep. Own it.
The Nationals have somebody named Jake Irving on the mound tonight, so I'll take the Nationals.
Okay. Kyle's going.
What
with
in the world?
The Nationals.
I said
over
because
who?
I picked against them twice last week and they beat me twice, I should pick them this week. But now that I actually have a chance to win, I regret picking them.
Who did the Nationals play today?
The Pirates.
Oh.
The team that got me all those runs back on Monday.
Oh, well, I don't know about this one. But
I
we'll
don't know.
see.
The Pirates have someone named Mason Montgomery pitching. By the way, tickets as low as $15 for that game if anyone wants to go.
There you go. Is it at PNC Park?
It is, yes.
Second most gorgeous ballpark in the league other than Oracle Park.
Petco Park would like a word.
Nah.
Whitey agrees.
Petco Park's number 3.
Oh, by the way, happy Jackie Robinson Day.
Oh.
And everyone, obviously the teams playing tonight are wearing 42 jerseys.
42. Very cool.
Yes.
Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't realize that.
Absolutely.
I realized that, but thank you.
For me, I have the Phillies, Rangers, and Blue Jays, so I could have the Phillies at home against the Cubs. The Rangers are playing the A's, so I'm not taking them. And the Blue Jays taking on the Brewers. But they have their boy Cease on the mound, so I'm going to go Blue Jays.
All right.
Over the Brewers this evening. So Kayla has the Giants versus the Reds. Kyle has the Nationals versus the Pirates. I have the Blue Jays versus the Brewers. All right, we do have time. Let's talk about Tony Vitello really quick.
Yeah.
So the Giants are obviously not off to a great start. 6-11 is what I said, right? Not been too great for the Gigantes.
It's been bad.
They're trying to beat the Reds today to snap what is now a 3-game losing streak. They've just been streaks on streaks on streaks. They had the 3-game losing streak to start the season. They won 3 out of 4. A 4-game losing streak, the 3-game winning streak, now a 3-game losing streak. So they can't
More
get anything
streaks
going.
than a skunk.
They can.
I was going to say something else, but that would not have
thank
been
you for
appropriate.
thank you for amending that because I knew where you wanted to go.
Aren't you proud of me? I've grown over the last
Look
week.
at you. Look at
I'm
you.
a big girl now.
Progress. See, everybody's developing. The young guys,
Great,
Kayla
it's
Anderson.
boring.
What?
I
Boring.
said that it's boring.
Why?
It's just boring.
It's just the right thing to do. So you obviously are very familiar with Tony Vitello from his time when he was, of course, head coach of Tennessee. He was naturally a polarizing hire by, I almost said Brock Purdy. Jeez Louise. By, oh my goodness, Buster Posey. Thank you. And the fact that he has had no managerial experience or playing experience in the MLB was just a major part of this conversation. I like the hire for 2 reasons. 1, the curiosity factor. And 2, I'm glad we broke the cycle of just the same retread names that just get passed around from organization to organization to organization. With the exception of, like, Stephen Vogt got hired very quickly as the head coach of the Guardians. He, of course, was with the A's. Kirk Suzuki, now the head coach of the Angels. He was formerly a catcher with the A's as well. So just be a catcher for the A's and you might have a coaching career, I guess. But I liked the hire because I thought it was different. I thought it was new. And Tony Vitello's approach to baseball, his approach to coaching is compelling. It's interesting. It invites criticism. It invites negativity, but Tony kind of uses that as fuel to motivate his teams. Well, they're 6-11. And I know the Giants, there's expectations in San Francisco. There's always base expectations to compete because it's San Francisco,
well,
right?
According to Alan Stiles, who's going to be joining us in a second, it's a top 5 brand.
Well, yeah, sure. And in Alan's mind, it is. But it feels like Tony is being given a way shorter leash because of just how different of a hire he was compared to if the Giants had gone out and brought Bruce Bochy back and there were 6-11 to start the season, would anybody be people would be disappointed for sure.
Right.
But I don't think anybody would be, I think, enjoying the struggles of the manager early on as much as they seem to be enjoying Tony Vitello's struggles out the gate.
Yeah, of course, but the Giants had to see this coming.
Yeah.
And that's one of the risks of Buster Posey, which, if you want me to be honest, it is a little surprising to me that Buster Posey chose this route. I don't look at Buster as being like an edgy, like take a big amount of risk type of guy. So when I look at the decision made by Buster, I think there had to be a lot of thinking behind it. And one of the biggest reasons is there is no doubt in my mind that Tony loves the game of baseball. He literally eats, breathes, and sleeps it. He's not married. He doesn't have kids. This has been his life, his baseball. And let's be honest, like college and MLB, it's different. But like if baseball is baseball, and if you know the game, yes, there could be some changes when you're just like Doug Christie, first full-time job in the NBA. Like, yes, he played the game. I get that. But he's had to make adjustments this year. I think Tony's biggest thing is he's going to be given a little bit longer of a leash by the organization, but we as the public, it's not as long of a leash, right? We're going to be criticizing him and not thinking that he should keep his job probably, 5-6 months into the season or 3-4 months into the season. So it should be interesting. I think they have a longer leash for him, but I mean, they've got to get some things fixed there, and hitting is one of those things.
Of course.
They've got to figure out how to get some players in there that can actually hit the damn baseball.
But also, what did people expect? Like, I expected the Giants to be better than 6-11 to start the season for sure. But we were all talking, this team is perpetually mid. They're just perpetually mid. So if they were 9-9 or 9, what would that be? 9-10? Would that be better?
Yeah, I'm not too worried, to tell you the honest truth, about the start. Like, I think that you know baseball. Like it goes through its ups and downs, and you never want to start the season off, winning 2 games. And remember what their opening series was.
Yeah,
like that
they
was not
didn't
a good
score.
way to start off.
Sure. But your first series as a manager was against the New York Yankees. I mean, welcome to the league, pal.
Exactly. So there's going to be some adjustments that Tony Vitello is going to have to make for sure. But I truly believe he can make it. But how long of a leash does he have from the organization is the question. And he should have a little longer one if they were willing to take the risk on him.
Yeah, the organization needs to completely back him here and give him the time and like, if it doesn't work, then decide that it's not working 2 years from now.
Right.
Don't be like, you can't give up on this. Is an experiment. It's a risk. And it does feel like traditionally baseball is rooting against you.
Yeah.
Like tradition says this is not going to work and doesn't want this to work. And we know how stubborn tradition is in baseball.
I think the biggest test, Matt, because we all have been in a dugout. Like, we've covered baseball, right, at the MLB level. If you lose that clubhouse, then that's where it starts to become a problem. Tony cannot lose the clubhouse, and that can be hard to do when you're losing.
Yeah.
And you play that many games during a season. That's the biggest thing Tony's got to figure out. And that, yes, is different at the MLB level.
Yeah, if you're going to be that loud kind of boisterous approach that Tony has, that's great, and it's compelling when your players buy into that, but it can get annoying 162 games a year if you're not bought into that. So we'll see how that plays out. We'll take the break. When we come back, crosstalk with the Drive guys, Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles. They join us in studio next before they take over for a full 4 hours of their entertainment. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Did you try my Colombian tamales? They're delicious.
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt. Can you pass me a straw?
You mean a pitillo?
Tamales deserve Pepsi.
A's fans, the 2026 season is here, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season, packed with theme days, giveaways, and fireworks nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
Come on, Alan, get those drums going.
There's a significant lack of
drum sets broken.
Oh, dang.
There's a lack of drums. There's a lack of
enthusiasm.
Where's
This is
Happy
the crash.
Alan? Did the coffee finally wear off?
No, it's there. I'm gonna need it after today.
So so there was something that was said today by maybe a general manager, maybe a head coach. I don't know that you're not vibing with, huh?
You know, we're gonna, as Whitey likes to say, we'll wait and see.
Here's part of it. I'm wearing all black today. To mourn the passing of Alan's beloved hybrid rebuild. It's toast. It ain't happening.
It's not. It's really not. If there's one thing that I did take from it, it ain't over until it's over.
Okay. All right.
It ain't. But everything else, I mean, you know, I just thought, like I said, we'll wait and see. I just thought we'd be moving in a certain direction. And it feels like I got confirmation. And we can all take from the pressers what you want to take from it. We're all going to, I guess, comprehend them differently. But I just think it's going to be more of the same with some different characters, maybe some new characters. There's going to be 3 new draft picks. Allegedly, they could trade or do whatever.
One of them's going to be a point guard.
And the 2 of them might be. 2 of them.
That was interesting to me.
We need
Doug
to
was like,
we need to make a song, man. We need to make a song, Whitey. I know you're more of a cover guy, but I'm just thinking point guards and vets. Point guards and vets. We need point guards and vets. Point guards and vets. We need point guards and vets. How many? Too many. Because that's what this is, man. Point guards and vets.
I tried to tell you yesterday, did I not?
You did.
I did.
I'm not with you on hybrid Rebo being dead, but you tried to tell me about the point guard thing, and there's definitely a thing.
Yep.
You know, I'm watching Temptation Island's back.
oh, I know.
On Netflix.
I was a little upset with the start of it.
Well, I'm watching, and people got types. Yeah, the Kings got a type. And they like a nice floor general. That's what they like.
Isn't it that commercial, the general? That's what, that general.
Yeah,
commercial?
the general was Shaq. Shaq used to do those, yeah.
Basically,
he's not a point guard, though.
Basically, it's either they get one and it's the band. If they don't get one, it will be a point guard. That's how I'll say it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm taking.
But they haven't found their guy yet. That's the thing. It's not like they keep, we got to get another point guard. They're still looking for the guy.
You said it in the room. Same thing. Said the same thing last season.
He did.
We're in the same place.
Wait, who said it last year?
Scott Perry at his introductory press conference about a year ago. It's like one of the first questions. What are you doing or what do you need? We need a true point guard. So it's the first thing he said.
But wait a minute. That's what the difference was between last year and this year, though.
Say
because
that this year.
Doug said the same thing immediately. He brought up the point guard.
I know.
And Perry was asked about the point guard directly today, and Scott was very much like, but we need to address a lot of things. And then Scott directly said, like, we're prioritizing best talent available. Position. He didn't say position doesn't matter. He basically just said, what if it's a point guard,
But he
it's
said,
a point guard.
we need a point guard,
I just saw what Brendan, I think maybe it was Scott who said it, but was it Doug who said? I thought it was Scott who said, if you don't have a point guard in this league, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
who said that?
I think it was Doug.
Yeah, I think that was Doug.
It was 100%
So now
Doug
needs a point guard.
It was 100%
Well, no,
Doug.
Doug's always been a point guard.
Doug's he's the quarterback of the team.
Doug said the same thing at the exit interview last year. It was the same thing. It was like deja vu because here we go with the point guard conversation, and then of course the 94 feet made a reappearance in this press conference. You missed that?
No,
at the very end.
We had a little cameo from the Pillars. They came out, did a little bow,
and then got out of there.
The Pillars, I don't think made it.
Yeah,
Scott,
they
did.
They did.
Scott said the Pillars?
Yeah, Scott did.
I
He
said
actually named them
and
again.
opportunistic, but not together.
But he named them.
Scott.
He went over them again.
By the way, Alan,
did I
he
miss
said
that?
a player at the exit interview specifically asked Doug about 94 feet.
Doug said that. Doug said, and
A player asked him why we didn't do it?
No,
he
when
said,
are we going
getting-
back to
Are we
it?
getting back to that?
What is it?
And
Is
Doug,
that-
and Doug,
What? Why do we keep talking about that? What is that?
and Doug said he gave him a big hug.
Okay. Hey,
We're back.
Let's not be.
I am excited.
I don't know why you're so distraught by all that.
Yeah.
Really.
Is there anything in particular that really got your?
It's the long rebuild. I speak Alan fluently. It's not going to be a hybrid rebuild.
It's not about that.
Not a player
It doesn't
or
matter. It doesn't matter either way. It's just yes.
Hi, Matt George, Sactown Sports. What do you want?
I was about to say something I
my
really
God.
shouldn't have said.
I know. I almost
To me?
said that earlier,
Yes.
too.
Because I got to.
Oh, I know exactly where we're going. I know.
Not gonna do it.
I appreciate the pump fake. I kind of wish you did it. Not gonna lie to you.
We're so close. We're so close. But are we though? But are we?
But are we? I mean, I'm not in film.
Yeah.
What do you want? Like, what in your mind? What do
Is this
you
the
want
Notebook?
from?
I feel like I'm in the Notebook.
What do you want? It's not that simple.
You know what I want?
What do you want?
I want an average age of about 25.
I appreciate that.
That's what I want.
All
I want
right.
an average roster age of 25.
Okay.
Well, you can want in one hand and another.
What?
Have you never heard that saying?
No. Is that a
Want
Southern
in
thing?
one hand and in the other. Poop in the other. But
I've never, not that one.
Are you kidding me?
That's very Southern, isn't it?
No.
That's
You can want one hand.
Yeah, you can want a country fried steak in one hand
and
Country fried bleep in another.
has nothing to do with country fried. It has to do with want and poop.
I got you. I understand what you're
Right,
saying. I'm
right.
just telling you I have
Yes.
not heard it.
Yes,
But that is how I feel. Yes. But hold on.
How could you feel that? I don't know what that means.
I'm just telling her that.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
anyway,
he's just telling me that.
It just means you can't always get
What
you
you
want.
want.
That's what it means.
But you know
can't
what?
Always get what you need. But if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need.
Yeah. Just go. Just go.
That's what it means, Matt.
Oh, got it.
You know what? I do want to talk a little bit about some compartmentalization.
Okay.
And we're going to do that at the bottom of the 2 o'clock hour.
We're still negotiating.
Okay.
Figuring
Bottom
it
of the
out.
2 o'clock hour. Because you know what? I was going through all the quotes that we saw, and I thought, you know what, man? Covering the team, if you're a fan of the team, it's easy to get caught up in a lot of stuff, but kind of separating yourself from that and seeing how cool it probably was, putting yourself in the shoes of DeMar and Westbrook,
Right.
how cool it probably was for them to get to play together,
Yeah.
just isolated from everything else. I do want to spend some time on that because I do think there's a world where you can appreciate that for them.
Yeah.
But obviously, as far as the Kings and coverage and, doing your job or just being a fan. Obviously, those two things didn't end up being cohesive in one happy family, but I don't feel like I've talked enough about how cool it probably was for them. Because, I got a lot of friends that, if I was able to work a job with, a buddy of mine, none of my buddies are really in the industry like that, but it's like getting to do a show with somebody that you grew up with or something like that, or cover a team, anything like that. So
maybe
that is
like
something.
Your brother, something like that.
Well, not even a brother, just a close friend or whatever.
Whitey, do you know anything about that?
No, but I'm just waiting because I have a comment to make. Yeah, if I may.
Please.
So, Alan, he just said, when are we doing that segment? I write everything down, but Alan has access to it, as you know, because you had access to it, and he can put whatever he wants anywhere he wants.
Sure.
But he's been saying that for 3 weeks. I want to talk about Max being the best 42nd pick ever. It's like, okay, I thought we were going to do it.
I heard that yesterday.
Yeah,
compelling.
So finally, he's like, when are we doing it? When are we doing it? I said, well, at 3:45, and he goes, okay, that's fine. So at 3:30, we had a guest, right?
Oh.
And this is something Alan says, I've been telling you to do this for 3 weeks. So 3:30, we had a guest, but the guest was late. So Jay says, oh, come on at 3:45.
Oh, no.
So we bumped Alan's segment. Then we finished. We go to break. And then Alan says, Jay's in it too.
Yeah.
He's in on it too.
Yeah, they're pushing my segments. I send Whitey all these ideas. He reacts to them and doesn't put them on the rundown.
You can't really get what you want.
You spent the first 30 minutes of the show talking about the top 5 baseball brands of all time, which is very
That
much
was
an Alan
2
style,
weeks ago.
which I really enjoyed, by the way.
That was 2 weeks ago.
By the way, did we come to a conclusion that Patrick Beverly is the best 42nd overall pick of all time? Is that the conclusion we came to?
Oh, well, he's a candidate.
Him or Bruce Brown.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got to finish the segment a month from now, so we'll see.
Who's your French guy, you said? Pierre Jackson?
Pierre Jackson.
Oh,
Pierre Jackson.
It's not PBJ.
He was.
I know he was a first rounder. But
I
he
got
is
nothing.
French. He's
I got
French,
nothing.
Right? He's French, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
PBJ.
I actually don't know.
PBJ.
Well, you will get plenty of breakdowns of Scott Perry and Doug Christie with the Drive
And
Guys.
Kyle
over the next
Draper in
4
studio today.
That's what I
Pardon me.
heard.
Yes.
Kyle Draper
In the
is joining you
stew.
guys.
In the stew.
Nice.
Cooking in the stew.
I hope you get what you want.
Okay.
I want to go home, and that's what we're going to do. It's the Drive Guys coming up next. Matt and Kayla will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Will we hear Alan Styles segments? Hopefully not.
No.
It's the Drive Guys coming up next on Sactown Sports.
Peace.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturer.
It's the energy all around you. The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration. The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Guys must think you failed math. Get this huge discount. Then the fine print hits you with $5,200 in mandatory ads.